Just so everybody knows, it's an 8:30 start this morning, 8:30 a.m. start this morning. Joe Galati, need you to the tower, please. Joe Galati, need you to the tower. We have something that belongs to you. Joe Galati. Hey, good morning and all that. With that happy message, Super Street, come on in. Super Street, round one. Head of the staging lanes.
Attention to the pits. Anybody want to come sing "O Canada" this morning? Oh, okay. Well, you said 2 minutes. You don't tell us this stuff. Please stand by for opening ceremonies. Look at that. Good morning, everybody. Super Streeters, you should be in the lanes. It'd be a good time to stop your car. If not, though, because it's time for opening ceremonies. Kick things off here, race number 2 on Sunday. For our morning invocation, please welcome everybody's favorite pastor, Matt Miller. Good morning, sir.
Thanks, Jason. Let's pray. Lord, I just want to thank you so much for this weekend of racing. You've kept us safe up these last 4 days up to this point. Lord, and I ask for your continued protection over all of our racers as they go down the track. Please watch over all of our Famoso track crew and all of our NHRA track crews, Lord, as they watch over our racers. Please keep them safe as well and give them skill and wisdom. I pray, Lord, you bless everyone here that's with racers. Bless them and protect them out in the pits, working on the cars in between rounds. Bless us with a great day of safe racing, and we will give you all the glory. Pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Matt, and all the folks at RFC for what they do for us here at the racetrack. If you've not already, please rise. Gentlemen, remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem. And with that, we're underway with the final day of the double divisional. Here we go, Super Street. round number 1 on a beautiful, and I mean beautiful, Sunday morning. Finish things out. Race day here at the patch, and Robert DeFrancesco's day starts with a red light. David Phillips, 004 green. That's going to make Robert feel a little better. He was 003 red. Got after it a little bit too hard on the top end. A 10.67 for David Phillips is enough. Super Comp. You should have them getting ready to go down there. Stock Eliminator, you should have them getting ready to go down there. We'll be calling our round number 2 classes of the lanes here in just a little bit. We're going to be going hot and heavy this morning. Remember, since we ran round 1 of our 3 biggest classes last night, it is going to be pretty quick getting through the classes here this morning. Much quicker than what you remember from 2 days ago. David Kiesel and Kerry Huber come through a double breakout. Give it David Kiesel, 10.88.6, 131. I guess you don't give it to him. He definitely earned it. 10.88, 131. David Kiesel punches his ticket into the next round. Jim Laronis and Mike Lowe. Speaking of Stock Eliminator, let's get rolling. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Head this way. Stock round 2. Super Comp, you are on standby for your second round call. Jim Laronis goes red. Mike Lowe goes win. That's a light, right? Oh, yeah, it is. The end of the track on the side of the wall. With a 10.89.1. Andy Olson. Harlan Tucker. Andrew Olson's Camaro left. Harlan Tucker's Daytona right. And they're both green. This time we can race them to the stripe. Camaro left, Daytona right. Round 1, Super Street. Race 2. And the light by 8 thousandths of a second goes to the Camaro of Andrew Olson. Sacramento native gets to move on. Is 48 on the tree, 10.93. That's enough. Takes 8 thousandths at the stripe. Harlan Tucker, 65 on the light. Missed it a little tiny bit. Dwayne Daniel right. David Monsas left. Mick Ultra. CP Carrillo lane on the right side. 3-way Chevrolet lane on the left. Bainbridge Island, Washington. David Monsas made the trip down. Does not want to go home in round 1 of the last race. Dwayne Daniel, he's from Hollister. Drive home's a little bit shorter, but still not exactly, next door. Nova right, the dart left. Brake lights into 10.92 for David Monsas to get it done at 125 miles per hour. He was 11 on the tree. Dwayne was 74, and Monsas got down there right about the speed block and went, I need to park it. And did a good enough job. Gary Roos now and Jeff Daxon. Gary from Pahrump, Nevada. Bel Air, and Jeff Jackson, Tacoma, Washington, in the Mustang. Over the hump in Pahrump. Stock Eliminator round 2. Come on down. Stock round 2. Need in the lanes. A red light. Gary Roos, 7th out. Too soon. Man, that is still a really pretty Bel Air. Just a really pretty Bel Air that turned on a red light. And he goes dead on 8 in the process. Jeff Jackson wasn't going to be easy to beat. 10.91.7 with a 22 light. Pretty good combo in Super Street round 1. And Art Hoover, Steve Shear rolling next. Art, who is the second best looking person to drive this car. Just ask him. Steve Shear, former division champion in the right lane. That's the Camaro. Dead on 1, Art Hoover for the win. At only 145 miles per hour, scrubbing speed down there. Steve Shear took a train length and goes 10.79. at 116 miles per hour. Todd Sims and Jake Biscay. A couple of Washington natives. You guys messed this one up. Red light, Biscay. Todd Sims takes that Roberts floor covering Puget Sound Petroleum Nova into the next round. Get better dad on the tech card. I agree. Get better dad. We all need our dads. Dead on one for Todd Sims. Greg Ventura, James Galante. And 93, 134 for Greg Ventura. Jimmy Galante took 43 thousandths at the stripe and broke out by 13 of them. Kyle Fritz and Dennis Paz. Once again, I need my second round of stock eliminator to the back of the staging lane, please. Repairing final call. Stock round 2, final call. Pair of greens. Kyle Fritz and the Dirty Bird. Dennis Paz and the Elko. Dead on 9. Kyle Fritz is good enough for the win. At 94, Dennis Paz. Kevin Omard and John what? Hope you two did this on purpose, because if not, men, y'all stink at the lane game. A couple of SoCal Super Street buddies over here. They've each made about 1 billion runs down this racetrack. The Brant Race and Race Trans. Pothole Express Elko. That's John Sapone. Kevin Omard and his Elko. And Kevin drives around him. 1092.5 to take a 6,000 stripe. They both missed the tree, and John Sapone let Kevin Omard get back around. 1092 beat the 1095. Sapone was 81 on the tree and left first. Kevin 105 in reaction time. But he gets away with it. And here's his son now, Ryan. Take on David Bonner. The Vega in the right lane. Ryan Homard. Trying to see if father and son both get out of round number 1. Ryan gets it done. 1094-2, dropping the nose because David Bonner was determined to take the stripe. Well, he took it, but he took it by 15 hundredths and breaks out in the process. And he had the better reaction time as well. Never really woed up that Vega. So the Homards are both out of round 1, and here's Cody Robinson and David Butler. The Arizona Bug Company machine. That's Cody in the left. Cody Robinson drops it back at Donuts on the starting line and goes 1092 for the win. David Butler had the better ET, 1091.3, but he was 28 on the tree. Cody Robinson, a perfect light, 1092.4, 129. for the win. Jim Gobble and Dave Ackert. Dave Ackert turns it red by 0.04 of a second. Jim Gobble 10.92 beats Dave Ackert's 10.92. 92.4 over a 92.9. James Brown and Jess Dale. Brodex Bounty Alert, Super Street Round 1. Jess Dale, the Bonnie Lake, Washington native, who was the winner on Friday night in race number 1, rolls into the dart. And James Brown, the wheeler and dealer from right here in Bakersfield, the Cutlass in the left lane. Trying to cash the first Brodex Bounty of the day. I think we had one cash last night, if I recall, Val Torres getting bounced in Super Comp. They're both away on the green. Identical reaction times, and the Brodex Bounty cashes. James Brown, 10.93. Jess Dale breaks out, running 10.87. 58 thousandths at the stripe. Had a window, a 31 thousandths window. Needed to whoa up and could not. James Brown, 10.93.1 for the win, and becomes the Brodex Bounty cashie here in round number 1 of Super Street. Bob Richmond, Melvin LaForbes. And a double breakout this time goes to Melvin. 10.89 to 10.87. Bob Richmond took 7 thousandths, but was kind of locked out of that one. He would have needed to really back her down, and Melvin would have still had to give up the stripe, and I don't think either of those things were going to happen. Bob Richmond, 10.87. Bricks out by more. Melvin LaForbes heads to round 2 as Matt Bong and Dale Taros roll in next. One thou. That's how red Dale Taros was. Matt Bong doesn't care what the number is on the other side. All he cares about is the wind light that came on his. 10.91.5. Dale Taros throws out a dead-on 4 by going red by 1,000th of a second. 1 thou away from being almost unbeatable. Instead, he ends his day early on Sunday. Mark Storms and Christine Cloud. Boy, the right place, right time sport, eh? How about Christine Cloud is 179 on the tree, 10.91 for the win. Mark Storms is 150 and left first and goes 10.88.9 to break out, taking 500s. Here's Nick Alejandre. In the head games, Chevelle and John Bycroft. John Bycroft went 8 thou red and then was kind of dead in the water, and seems like he's got it refired now. Nick Alejandre was 004 early, 10.83.1. Turn on the wind light when Bycroft beat him to the red light by 4 thousandths of a second. Who wants to go red by more? Me, no me, no me, no me. 8 thou, John Bycroft. Won the race, lost the round. Keith Minogue and Davey Adams now. Keith Minogue, the Nova in the left lane, and Davey Adams, the Maverick in the right. Red light by Keith Minogue by 9,000ths of a second. Brings up Mark Simonian and Hugh Mueller. Mark Simonian by 3 10,000ths of a second. A 14 light, a 96.5. Hugh went 051, 1092.8. Mark Simonian planted the brakes and almost gave it back, but he held on by 310 thou. Whew. 310 thou. A couple door cars looking over like, I got no idea. Who won? I don't know. You know? I don't know. Gary Erickson and Jeff Burke, red light. Gary won thou. The probe left too early. Derek Gellum and Jeff Jones. $10.92, Jeff Jones with a 22 light. He left first, got there first. He wins the race. Derek Ellum was 30 on the tree, 10.94.9. He gets to start the trip back at Battleground Washington a little bit earlier than he planned. Kenny Snow earned the bye run here in round one by virtue of his light last night. The final time trials hits the tree with an 0:12 reaction time, and at the stripe, the Snowman goes dead on one. 146. Show off. Show off. On a solo shot. What are you going to run? I'm going to give a 13 pack. Okay, that's it. Show off. Stock eliminator round two at the ready line. Making first call, Super Comp. Come on down, Super Comp round two. Need to the lanes, please. Jared Jordan and Andy Kimball. How are we going to start our morning in stock eliminator round number two? A B stalker left and a clutched E stalker on the right. For the Fairlane out of Henderson, Nevada, that's Andy Kimball. Jared Jordan, the attorney out of Modesto. Jared Jordan was 4th thou red. Andy Kimball is 1077-2. And Andy Kimball gets the first win of the day in stock, round number 2. Bob Gullett. And absolutely the most loud stock eliminator car I've ever heard. No, that's not true. The Calvert car is. Ryan McClanahan might be second. Ryan McClanahan, 979. Bob Gullett, 1096. The green. Bob Gullett, the winner of race number 1. Drops the clutch. He's going to try to knock out Ryan McClanahan in race 2. No, Bob Gullett took too much. He breaks out by 7 thou, taking 3 hun plus. And Ryan McClanahan dropped the nose on his Camaro to go 982. Coming in second. Bob Gullett missed it by 7 thousandths of a second. And he will not double up this weekend at Famoso. Buddy Jensen and Gary Evans. Gary Evans gets a solo run. Buddy Jensen not here. And if you weren't with us yesterday, you're watching the stream, and you're like, oh, silly announcer didn't know the car's in the left lane. Really, really hard, actually, in the announce booth here at Famoso to see the left lane until the cars leave, really. Or you can catch them in the water box, but generally speaking, I'm trying to look at the pair on the racetrack and the computer, and not who's sitting in the water box contemplating length of burnouts. Chad Langdon and Dwayne Scheitland. Ooh, fun. Fun. And we'll have fun. Chad Langdon, the G-Stocker, the Barracuda in the left lane. Dwayne Scheitland's Challenger in the right. A couple of 1970s high honking muscle cars. Cousins racing down the track. It's Chad for the win. 11:26 beats an 11 or a 10:90. Wow. Good morning, everybody. Let me wake up real quick. 11:26 beats a dead on 2. That's better. Chad Langdon takes 9th out the stripe. He was 27, let go of the brake pedal. Dwayne Scheitland was 62, and that's the difference. Dwayne is dead on 2, but couldn't get there. Chad Langdon takes 9th out, dropping the nose to get the win. Darcy Clark and Bill Bushmaker. $11.56 for Bill. That's good enough for the win. He takes 100th at the stripe. 95 on the tree, 4 over. Just how he planned it. Darcy Clark goes 10:33 and decided to drop the nose, thinking he wasn't going to get there. Made the wrong call, which doesn't happen a lot out of Darcy Clark, but it happened there. Dave Muller and John Irving. John without an H gets a win light. Dave Muller turned it red by 9 thousandths of a second. And Son John will head around number 3. Super comp. Final call, super comp. Need the lanes, please. Final call, super comp to the lanes. Greg Krause and Parker Theobald. The AA Stocker, Firebird in the left lane. And the Barracuda in the right. The Kelsch Construction, Theobald Construction Machine. And Parker cashes a win light and heads to round number 3. 10:57 with a 7 on a 10:56. 122 miles per hour for Parker Theobald. Greg Krause got there second, still broke out, missed the tree. Parker was all over it. Parker Theobald's really turned himself into a pretty deadly force in stock eliminator with the Barracuda. Mike Hackert now and Pete Lanciers. Pete, who won the final race tonight last night, went to rerun that heads up, is off and running. Pete dialed 1096, Hackert dialed 1028. 1097 won for the win. It's Pete Lanciers. Taking a trip to the next round. Mike Hackert couldn't run the number. Missed the tree on top of it. Jeff Jerome now and Lindy Lindholm. 1046 for Jeff Jerome. At 63 Savoy over on the three-way Chevy side. And Lindy Lindholm dialed 989. The Remac transmission. Copo. The Copo. Copo Cabana. No, that doesn't work. Doesn't sound as good. Lindy for the win, 991. Taking 400s at the stripe on a 989. Jeff Jerome gave up 300s on the tree. Watched Lindy drive around. Knew he had no chance. Hope Lindy would make a mistake, and Lindy did not. Chris Ashley and Mike Williams. Green lights for Chris Ashley and Mike Williams. They head to the finish line stripe. The win light goes to Mike. He's 200 over. Taking 100 stripe for the win. Chris Ashley, she was dead on 5. But she missed the tree a little tiny bit. 065, and Mike Williams able to hang on. Tony DeFrank and Justin Lamb. Good race here between a couple of modern generation Camaros, and it's Tony DeFrank for the win. Wow. Justin Lamb took 4th thou at the stripe and broke out by 2 thou. Tony DeFrank was 16 on the tree, dead on 6. Lamb Chop was 20 on the tree, 2 thou under, taking 4 at the stripe. He needed to cut it in half. That was the window he had. Tony DeFrank trailers the 5-time world champion in a whale of drag race in round 2 of stock. Gary Lucier now and Jimmy DeFrank. Oh, Gary, no, don't do that, Gary. Don't do that. Gary Lucier's 5 thou red in the Daytona, the front-wheel drive machine. And Jimmy DeFrank for the win. Never forget the time we got to watch Gary Lucier and Bill O'Donnell race heads up. Gary Lucier in the Daytona and Bill O'Donnell in the slow roller and a heads up front wheel drive stock battle. Oh, Gary. It was amazing. That was absolutely my favorite race of the weekend. Kyle Rizzoli and C.W. Hofer. C-Dub. Sasha Secretary, that's the Formula Firebird, dialed 1127. And Kyle Rizzoli. Here's your national points leader in the Camaro in the left lane. And he's got a divisional that is realistically replaceable. But he's got to turn on some win lights today. He's got a tough matchup here in C-Dub. And he couldn't get there. A double breakout goes to Hofer, taking 8th out the stripe, 11:26.6 on a 27. Kyle Rizzoli is 10:17.6 on a 19. C.W. Hofer saw the national points leader in the other lane and dropped a 12th thou reaction time on him. Kyle Rizzoli was 30 on the tree, 14 under, and he still couldn't get there. C.W. Hofer knocks out Kyle Rizzoli, who rolls into his home track. The national points leader looking to basically lock it down and comes away with a first and second round loss. Do not have that on my bingo card coming into the weekend. Tom O'Laughlin takes a free ride the next round because Brandon Phillips is 100 red. 100th red for Brandon Phillips, 010. And an 11:08 on an 06 for O'Laughlin. Justin Graham and Shelby Williams. Super Comp, you should be here. We're out of stock Eliminator cars. Super Comp, start rolling forward, please. We would love to race you. As much as the race in the staging lanes is fun, it's even cooler on the racetrack. Trust me. Trust me. Come on, Super Compers. You could do it. Here's Justin Graham and Shelby Williams. Justin Graham got a little too antsy down there. It was 249 red to hand Shelby Williams the round 2 win. And here's Carl Battis and Joe Sorensen. Your number 1 qualifier, Joe Sorensen. Dialing 11:57. Carl's dialed 10:30. Maybe the shocker of the weekend was Joe Sorensen not winning Glass and Combo Auto. He turned on that blinky red light. Blinky red lights are never good, folks. Never, ever good. Unless you're in the other lane. Wow, Carl Battis is 001 and couldn't get there. Joe Sorensen, 11:58 on a 57, takes 100.5 at the stripe. Carl Battis is 8 over with a 001 light. And couldn't chase him down. Adam Strang and Leo Glassbrenner, final pair. The ladder by the box, and Super Compers are starting to roll forward. Super Compers, please put the car in first or second gear and start driving. Then please put your stuff on. Like, now I see 30 Super Comp cars rolling forward with no helmets on. .1069.5, Adam Strang's dead on 5, good enough. They were 1 thou apart in reaction time. Both Adam and Leo missed the tree a little bit, and Adam Strang drops Leo Glassbrenner with dead on 5 for the win. Here's the ladder by Phil Mandela. F Automatic Chevelle. Doesn't put a dial in on the car. It's just going to roll up here, take the index. and make the run. Phil Mandela is learning from Kenny Snow. Remember when Kenny Snow 13 packed a bye run in Super Street? Phil's 001, but 11-13 since he didn't put a dial on the card. That's still funny. 001. Hey, Phil, if you're looking for the limit, you found it. We'll do it for round number 2 of stock. Super Comp. Please get into race cars. Pretty please. Listen up, Super Stock. Designated pairs needed in lanes, please. It's Kyle Rizzoli and Loeffler. Beckwith and Graham. Jody, George, and O'Keefe. George and O'Keefe. Beckwith, Graham, Rizzoli, and Loeffler. Designated Super Stock. Need you here, please. Good time to remind you, Jeff's open at Dog Pound. You hungry? Go get a breakfast burrito. It's the one thing I didn't do this morning. I know I was forgetting something to start my day. Dog Pound's open. Go get your burritos. They are delish. Delish. Super Comp, Matty Payne and Randbeck. Going to kick things off. Yeah, a heavy round 2 matchup. Randy Beck over on the three-way Chevy side of the racetrack. Out of Division 6, Tacoma, Washington's his home. He's now retired. Running around the country hanging out with Tom Bayer and the folks, but he's still pretty darn good when he's strapped on the helmet in one of these race cars. And Matty Payne. She's got to get on an airplane tonight because she's got to be in school tomorrow. Texas Christian University. in Dallas-Fort Worth. Both green, off and running. Tom Bayer taught Matty Payne how to Super Comp race. John Langdon has helped refine it. And I'd say they taught pretty good. Dead on one for Madison Payne to get it done, taking 200s at the stripe. Randy Beck was 22 on the tree, 893.7. Matty Payne got a big old lead out there. Took her foot off the gas and dropped back in just enough. Dead one, Madison Payne, taking 200s to knock out Randy Beck. And here comes James Cowie, speaking of Tom Bayer. This is one of the Bayer machines. The only one left in competition here in Super Comp this weekend. James Cowie, was Uncle Sean, won All Dragster last night. And Steve Kasner, the Kazman, C-R-E, that's Kasner's company. This is a big, big speed Super Comp car. And they're both green. James Cowie's going to get way out there. And Steve Kasner is going to try to intimidate him. And he got it done. Back-to-back dead-on ones for the win. James Cowie left first by 0.004 of a second. And he goes 889 at 169 miles per hour. I tell you what, James Cowie goes back and watches this. Did a good job this weekend. He's still getting used to this car, this style of racing. Getting laps under his belt. That's a tough, tough look with Steve Kasner screaming down on you like that. Steve Kasner was dead on one. Not a whole lot you could do about that. Trey veteran Mike Lane. The Matco machine, Trey Vetter, he was the runner-up in race number 1. He is going to move on in race number 2. Mike Lane, the Shafter farmer, took 8 thou and broke out by 3 thou more. He snugged it up pretty good. He needed to snug it up just a hair more. Trey Vetter heads to round 3. Here's Toby Payne and Jeff Davey. So Madison has moved on. We'll see if Toby can follow. The Simple Pump machine is Jeff Davey in the right lane. Minden, Nevada is his home. Action time advantage, Toby. Win light, Jeff Davey. Toby gave it back. Toby Payne was 16 on the tree, but slows to 166 miles per hour, and Jeff Davey is dead on 2, taking 7 thou. Toby Payne's going to be really frustrated with himself. No question about that one. The big speed car, and he gave it back on the other end. He was 7 mile per hour faster to the 8th than Jeff Davey, but 8 mile per hour slower at the finish line. And let Jeff sneak back around. Super stock, everybody, come on down. Super stock, need them all. We're missing 2 designated pair cars. Designated in super stock. It's Rizzoli and Loeffler. It's Graham and Beckwith. It's George and O'Keefe. Now we're missing one of you. Look, super stock. If you have a super stock car, bring it to lanes. We'll figure the rest out. Allie McCone's 2 thou red. Glenn Kern gets the free ride into the 3rd round. 8.944, 157 for Glenn. Cody Stevenson and Robin Lane. 2,000. That's how red Cody Stevenson was. Robin Lane was 003. Cody Stevenson's going to be sick. 2,000 red, dead on 1. And that one hurts. Travis Theobald, Jack Dorenson. $889.7, 163 for Theobald. $887, 160 for Dorenson. Double breakout goes to Travis Theobald. Jack Dorenson took 74 thousandths at the stripe. Blues a double breakout. Here's Rosenbaum and Flores. Jason and Jonathan. The Sarge and the Kid. M&M Fuels, Cutting Edge Precision, Renewable Solar Team. J.R. Scott Construction, Salon Haven, that's the right lane. Townsend Stillhouse and Grill, Topak 66, Kelly's Underground. Bidfast and Last Auctions, Conco Construction, that's the left lane. A couple highly sponsored cars here, Flores and Rosenbaum, and at stripe, Sarge, 891.5 with a 008 light. An 023 package when your opponent's 058 is good enough every time. Jimmy Kelso and Bob Van Popering. Bob Van Popering by 2 thousandths of a second takes the stripe and takes the win, and he had to drive around Jim Kelso on the top end. Jimmy Kelso handed the stripe back. Cars that were 6 miles per hour apart at the 8th mile, but at the stripe, almost 25 miles per hour the difference. Jimmy Kelso planted it down there, and Bob Van Popering snuck by in the final 20 feet of that race. Debbie Dolzal and Marco Pervolaris. Final call for Superstock. Round 1. Final call. This one goes to Marco. Debbie Dolzal took 16 thousandths and broke out by 3 of them. 889.7. To lose on a breakout. Marco's 892, 2 above with a 14 light. He left Debbie some room. More than Marco usually leaves. And Debbie Dolzal couldn't get in there. Mike Copping and Angelina Ferre now. Angie missed race 1. She's trying to make up for it here in race 2. and loses on a double breakout by 0.03 of a second. Mike Copping took a 2,000 stripe and wins a double breakout. 888.5 beats 888.2. That's just a tight drag race down there. Angie was 13 on the tree to Mike's 008. And Angelina Ferre, she was scrubbing 178 miles per hour. That's scrubbing. That car's way faster than that. Mike Copping was scrubbing as well. Decided to take the stripe by 2,000 and made the right call. Wins the double breakout. Ray Madrano and Phil Nagel. Red light, Ray Madrano by 6,000. Jerron Settles, Justin Morris. Ted Weens, Auto Team. Beautiful card painted by Jerron, the reigning division champion, top 10 of the world a year ago. And Justin Morris also has a really nice looking green race car over on the right side. The young man out of Pomona, who has really started to be kind of thorn in the side of the super comp guys out here in this part of the country. Justin Morris was 4,000 red, coast on down, and Jerron Settles is 889-1 to move on to round number 3. Tanner Hyatt and Gabe Torres. Listen up in the pits. Super Gas, come on down, Super Gas. Round 2 of eliminations. Oh, take that back. Sorry. I do not come down, Super Gas. I misread the ladder. I looked at the schedule and didn't realize we flip-flopped combos. Super Gas, sit tight. My fault. Sit tight, Super Gas. Attention in the pits. Top Dragster, round number 1. To the lanes, please. Round 1, Top Dragster, to the lanes. That's better. Super Gas, sit tight. That is my fault, 100%. My brain went straight to Super Gas, and I didn't bother to look down. Gabe Torres, 888 for the win on a double breakout, knocks out Tanner Hyatt. Gabe was 007. He gave up the stripe by 6,000, but it was the right call. 888 beats 887. Nick Alejandre and Steve Williams now. Top Dragster, round 1 to the lanes, please. Round 1, Top Dragster, come on down. Again, absolutely my fault to the Super Gas guys. Nick Alejandre and Steve Williams. Wow, what a look this is going to be for Nick. Steve Williams, the former world champ, Fogg at K&N. And Nick Alejandre, the head games machine. Nick is going to get like 6 cars out in front, and Steve's going to come screaming by at some point. The question is when. The answer is too late. Nick Alejandre, 893 for the win. 004, 893 to knock out the former world champ, Nick Alejandre. Getting it done. Steve Williams was 002, but 9 flat at 158 miles per hour for a car that runs 194. I mean, that is the definition of planting the brakes down there. Steve's going to need new pads after that one. Here's Tanner Theobald and Bob Earlywine. Bob Earlywine is a no-show. Tanner Theobald is going to get a broke by to finish out Super Comp. And here comes Super Stock. Round one. Once again, we need top dragster to the lane. Top dragster. Round one. Need you to the lanes, please. 885.8 with 30 light for Tanner. Al Rizzoli and Skip Loeffler. Red light, Skip Loeffler left the bulb early. Kyle Rizzoli is 054 on the tree. Kyle Rizzoli is heading around 2 in the gainer machine, 924 and a 914. Here comes the next pair. Jody George and Mike O'Keefe. Mike O'Keefe couldn't make the call, so here's Jody George on a free ride. The Bakersfield native hits the tree 015. Gets to the stripe, 1023, 131. Mike Graham, David Beckwith. Red light, David Beckwith, 027 too soon. Mike Graham's 58 on the tree. .1033 on a 1032. Beckwith 027 red brings up Rich Panoski and Tom Armanino. 37 red for Tom Armanino. Superstock's been no fun so far. Green lights matter, folks. Green lights matter. It's my new favorite sticker. When lights matter. Might be my new favorite. Tad Shy and Don Thomas. Let's get a couple green lights here. Thank you. Oh, I thought I heard a pedal. I thought I heard a pedal. 10:43. Tad Shy wins a double breakout. Maybe I didn't hear a pedal. Tad breaks out by 3 thou. Don Thomas broke out by 19 thousandths, and he got there first by, ready for this? 19 thousandths. Tim Hall and Brian Brosser. $844.2 for Brian. That's good enough for the win. Tim Hall had issues. Slows to a 1067 when he dialed at 1048. Brian Brossard able to kind of ease her out down there. Brent Calvert now. One of those Calvert Cobra Jets. Dialed 836 and Charlene Gullett dialing 1043. Win night, Brent Calvert. 16 thou over. Charlene got there first by 38 thousandths, broke out by 300ths, and Brent Calvert moves on. Len Schneider and Darcy Clark. Len dialing 1002, Darcy dialing 978. And it's Len for the win. 400 above. Darcy Clark missed the tree. 126 on this end. And it was 12 thou above. 126 no good. Len Schneider moves on. Brad Burton. And it should be Brian Brossart in the right lane. I'm sorry. Doug Brutus in the right lane. I don't know why I said Brian Brossart. He ran already. Doug Brutus in the right lane. You know, Brossart, Brutus, that's why I did that. Go with it, folks. Go with it. Go with it. Doug Brutus. Down 932. Brad Burton dial 939. Couple Firebirds separated by a generation and 6 years. And at the stripe, Bad Brad got it done. About Brad Burton is 200 above, taking 500s at the stripe, and Doug Broda so broke out. Couldn't get there. 125 reaction time will do that. Here's Joe Faraday and Don Keene. Don Keene is 4 thou red, and Joe Faraday left 3:14 before the green light, but had already won. Joe Faraday is .314 early with a win light. Don Keene was 4 thou red. Wow. Don Keene is going to be sick. That has to make you sick. Like Could have been 500 green and he would have won the round. Said he's 4th out red. Brutal. Brutal moment. Troy Olsenowski, Justin Lamb. Ooh, special delivery. Thank you, sir. Miller Dash has arrived. Thanks, Jeff. Dog Pound. Open and running. Betty must be here if Jeff's bringing me food. Here comes Lamb Chop trying to run down Olsenowski at the finish line stripe. He is going to get there. 901. 138, a double 0-2 reaction time. Justin Lamb just ripped out Troy Olsenowski's heart and crushed it. Troy was 18 now above and never had a shot. Fred Moreno and the race 1 winners, Trey Vetter. Final call, top dragster. If you're not here, we need you. $987 for Trey Vetter, 128. $974 for Fred Moreno, 124. Trey Vetter moves on. Took 1,000 short of 300s at stripe and was dead on to do it. That car's running really well. Tom Ferrugia, Jim Rao. And I see top dragsters pulling forward. Ferrugia was your number 1 qualifier. Camaro's going to try to run down Jim Rao, the Mustang. Dialed a second plus apart at the stripe. It's Ferrugia. Driving around for the win. Jim Rao was 10 on the tree, but he just couldn't hold off that big Camaro. Tom Ferrugia was the 013, takes 26th out the stripe for the win. Brock Broadus now. And John Irving. Speaking of Miller Dash, did you know they have green salsa today? When did that happen? John Irving wins as Brock Broadus, wow, took 1800s to break out. A 10th and 800 on top of it. John Irving, who was 105 and still within 4th out of Broadus. Like, I don't think Brock ever once thought about looking over his shoulder there. Tibor Kadar will race John Cantley now. 10-10 for Tibor, 9-12 for John. Red light, 36 too early for John Cantley. Tibor Kadar cashes his ticket to the next round. 10-14 for 129. John Dorlett, dialed 983. Shelby Williams dialing 984, within a thou of each other. Paul Crane. Shelby grabbed herself 100 more in reaction time and gets the win as John Dorlett breaks out by 6 thou. He got there first by 11. Shelby left the door open tiny bit. John could squeeze through. Shelby Williams off to round 2 of Super Stock. Here's Ryan McClanahan and John Irving. This would be Dad Irving. John Irving, 069 red to hand Ryan McClanahan a win in the Cobalt. He's 8-18 on an 8-19, just for show. And here comes the Logie car in the right lane. Uh-oh. There is a report that Ryan McClanahan may have left some parts on the track. That's never good. And we're back. Randy Logie and Sergio Crespo. $9.68 to dial for Sergio, $10.56 for Randy and the Yellow Demon. They're both away on the green. Crespo trying to run down Logie in the Mustang. Can he get there? Negative. Randy Logie, 10.60 with 5. Sergio was 101 in reaction time. Randy was 013. That made a difference in that race. Jim Grossi, Tim Seymour, 5 pair of Super Stock. The Copo right, the Corvette left. 9.20 the dial for Seymour. 8.85 for Jim Grossi. And it's Tim Seymour for the win. 100 above, taking a 3,000 strike. Gets it done as Jim broke out, getting there second. That'll do it for Super Stock. Here comes Top Dragster, round 1. First pair out, top dragster is going to feature Malcolm Senegal and Art Hoover. Malcolm dialed 670. That'd be the traditionally supercharged machine that's loping like crazy over there on the three-way Chevy side of the track. Art Hoover, the Mick Ultra. CP Carrillo side of the track, dialing 626. First race of the day and top dragster goes to Art Hoover. 009 on the tree. 628 for the win. Predicting a 626. Malcolm Senegal. 100th under. 87 on the tree. And that's the difference. Malcolm Senegal missed the tree. Couldn't hang on. Summer Richardson and Rob Whetstone. Rob Whetstone, the professor out front. That's Tom Baer. Tom Baer's School of Drag Racing. A car you could drive as well. For the Vermancic Brothers, Carb Shop, Hoosier Tires. And Summer Richardson, the Dial 911 turbocharged machine. Mrs. Swoop. Dialing 613. Whetstone dialed 653. Wow. Summer Richardson went red and Rob Whetstone didn't move. But he gets the round win. All you got to do is take the tree. Rob took the tree. Rob Whetstone gets back off the line with a round win. His summer was 016 red. Ouch. Don't know what happened to Whetstone. They're backing off. The Bayer teams have some work to do to figure out why that happened before round number 2. Here's Jennifer Weens. Damon Bustamante broke in qualifying, so Jen gets the competition bye run here. 76 on the tree. 6.205. I was trying to talk. Steve Kasner and Fred Aramillo come up here and have to make all this noise. Meanies. Fred Aramillo, Bosque Tree Farms, the team out of New Mexico, and Steve Kasner, California native, the new dragster this year. That is a big, mean top dragster. Number 2 qualifier, gonna dial 611, which shows you how much cooler and nicer it is today. We have cars almost on the floor. Aramillo, 655 the dial in. They're off and running. Fred Aramillo out in front. Steve Kasner trying to chase him down. Wins a double breakout. 6:09 beats a 6:52. Steve Kasner got there first by 26 thou. Fred Aramillo really should have dumped him off and didn't. Breaks out by 300. Steve Kasner breaks out by a 12 thou. Steve Kasner gets to head into round number 2. Chris Stowe and Mike McBrayer. Mike dialed 635 in the Superman car. Chris Stowe dialed 679. And they're off and running. Oh, man. Mike McBrayer breaks out by 1,000 but wins in a double breakout. You know how much Chris Stowe broke out by? 1,000. Mike McBrayer wins it on reaction time. He's 45 to Chris's 61. They both broke out by 1 thou. And McBrayer gets it done. Reaction time, the determining factor, as they both broke out by the same number. Reed Taylor and Jennifer Hoffman. They are being held. Reed Taylor on a double breakout. 619 beats a 661. Jen Hoffman broke out by 6. Reed only broke out by 2. Win light goes to Reed. Heads up in the pits. Super Gas. Come on down, Super Gas. Round 2 to the lane. Super Gas. This time for real. John Freer and Dan Naylor. Dan Naylor goes 640 off the gas. John Freer missed the tree, 271. Still broke out dead legging it. Coming in almost 2/10 back. Dan Naylor's 24 on the tree, lifts to a 640 to get the win. Steve Schneider, Terry White. Pulled the way on the green. Terry White dialed 665. Steve Schneider dialed 614. Finish line, win light. Terry takes 300s. Goes 666-4 for the win. A pair of green lights here between Harold Hoffman and John Rolandelli, dialed within 800s. This time it's Rolandelli, the Napa car, 645 on a 640. Gets it done. Harold Hoffman couldn't run the number. Slowed down to a 56. John Rolandelli moving on. Brooke Lamas could not make the call this morning. Hannah Cook, 34 early, 634.5, lifting early to move into round number 2. Mallory Reese and Steve Will. Once again, super gas to the lane, super gas. Will gives up the stripe. He goes 6:18 on a 6:11 at only 216 miles per hour. I realize he never got to Mallory, but if he keeps his foot in it, he's going to drive around her. And he goes 6:18 on a 6:11 with a better light. Mallory missed the tree, but is 18 over for the win. Steve Will's total package started with a 1. That is a classic case of kind of got away with one for Mallory Reese. Katie Reyes and Michaela Rowell, a couple ladies. Katie Reyes wins a tight one. 3,000 under for the double breakout. Mikey Rowell's car sped way up. She dialed 63. She went 52. And that was scrubbing almost 20 miles per hour. So Michaela Rowell breaks out by a bunch. That car, I feel like, was kind of up and down all weekend. Like really fast, not so fast, really fast, not so fast. Here's Joe Glenn Winkle, John Richardson. Which car has John got? Well, John's got the older car back out. Uh-oh. Joe Glenwinkle, I could have sworn smoked the tire, and now he's got some smoke coming out of it, and that's going to let John Richardson win at 6:46, 172, lifting on the top end of the racetrack with a 13 reaction time. Joe Glenwinkle was spitting stuff out left and right. They're going to take a look down there just to check. Kenny Upton and Ed Olpen up next. Kenny Upton dialed 645, Ed dialed 721. Well, Kenny Upton's broke, and Ed Olson's 726. And Kenny Upton's got stuff coming out of it. Well, we're going to be down for a few minutes here. We have to get Kenny off the racetrack out there about 100 feet. He did a good job turning left and getting parked. I give him that much. Had a tough break. Got open. Got the wind down there. Kenny Upton gets a repair bill out of it. I guess this is a good time to say happy birthday to Rhonda Weeb, right? Happy birthday, Rhonda Weeb. That was a special request. I take requests. Divisionals, we take requests. Yeah. I definitely take complaints. I know that for a fact because I've been getting them all weekend. Tech, I can't help you with. Not a chance. Comp Eliminator. I think we're missing a car, maybe two. If we get you to lanes, please. Let's get our Nostalgia Funny Car driver belted in as well. We are just about ready to finish off Top Dragster. Super Gas and Comp sitting behind him. And we're ready to go again. A extra special thank you. All the folks down there on the starting line. Helping get the racetrack cleaned up. It was quite a mess. But we're ready to go. To finish out Top Dragster round one. Tony Giardino and Phil Dewar are going to kick off. Tony Giardino dialing 670, Phil Dewar dialing 635 in that Hurricane Turbo. $637.2 for Dewar gets it done. Tony Giardino 73.9. 39 over with the worst reaction time allows Phil Dewar to comfortably lift off the gas, coast across for the win. Brianna Weens and Don London. Don London dialing 614. Brianna Weens dialing 661. The Ted Weens machine. The reigning division champion. Both green. Uh-oh. Brianna Weens made that one easy on Don London. She flat missed the starting line. 278 in reaction time for Brianna Weens. And Travis Richardson just went to do the burnout. Barely did a dry hop. Don London for the win. 2/10 over the number. And Brianna Weens missed the tree. Chad Axford dialed 636, and Travis Richardson's GW Richardson Heating and Air car dialed 663. Well, whatever happened on the burnout, Travis' car looks okay going down the track, but it won't turn on wind light. 639.2, 200 for Chad Axford. Travis goes 669.4, 202, and just missed the dial, and he predicted 663, which would have been his best run of the weekend by a mile. He goes 669 and just couldn't run the number. Chad Axford takes 200s for the win, and here's Cody Weber and Tom Baer. Good race here. A couple of guys have been going at it for years. Cody Weber, the Sherway machine, dialed 666. In Tom Baer's for Bancic Brothers, Carb Shop, Hoosier Tire, Tom Baer's School of Drag Racing Hot Rod, dialed 617. He is the division points leader. He is also the number 6 car in the world a year ago. Both drivers in, and off button, and on gas, and off and green. Coin flip on this end, wind light on that end, give it to Weber. 665 on a double breakout, 201 miles per hour. Tom Baer got there first by 300s, and he broke out by 4. 613 at 224 for Baer. He was off the gas, but he couldn't scrub enough. He had a better reaction time. And that hot rod just got a little too hot roddy. So Tom's done for the afternoon to get to focus on Rob Whetstone. And here comes Kyle Raposo and Hannah Huber. The Excel Drywall Enumclaw Power Sports cars, Huber dialed 640. Raposo is a no-show. So Hannah gets a free run and goes 644, 213. No parachute for Hannah Huber. She's going to get it stopped is the question. Or turned off. Pretty long shutdown here at the batch, but 213 is kind of hauling the mail for no shoots. Looks like she's made the turn. Here comes Andy Siegel. John Chitwood will also not make the call. 648 the dial in for the SRE car. $650 with a 9 for Andy Spiegel. I think that's going to do it for Top Dragster. Let's up at the pits. Top Sportsman and Sportsman Motorcycle. Come on down. Top Sportsman and Sportsman Motorcycle. Come on down. If we can get our comp eliminator cars that are in the lanes back there to move up, we would appreciate that. Just tighten up the pairings in the lanes for comp eliminator. That would be very helpful. And here comes Steve Romanazzi. Trying to complete his license. In the Nitro Funny car. Romo, as they call him, back behind the wheel, Nitro Funny car after better part of the last decade on the sidelines. And shuts it off at half track. 780, 109. And here comes Super Gas. Super Gas, round number 2. Damon Bustamante, Kerry Koss going to kick things off. It's Kerry right, it's Damon left. And it's the first pair with green lights. Damon for the win. Kerry took, oh man. Kerry Koss took 29 thousandths. He broke out by one of them. Back it up a thou, win the round. Damon Bustamante gets the win. Mark Fenton and Mike Boehner. The Go Lithium, Goodyear, On the Stop Workshop, Larice Motorsports car. The marketing maven over here in the right lane, and Mark Fenton. Locomotive Tech on the left, both green. Mark Fenton's going to get way out there in that roadster, and here comes Boehner for the win. Dead on 5, taking 2 thou, Mike Boehner. A top-end masterclass. Dead 5, take 2. Mark Fenton was 15 on the tree, 15 down there. He left Mike Boehner a window. Mike Boehner put her in there. Vince Viali and Brian Downer. $992.7 with a perfect light gets Vince Reale the win. He takes 6 thou. And Brian Downer broke out behind him. A perfect light taking 6 thou. B-trip 6. A P-trip zip take 6. Good way to do it. Matt Treadway, Gary Hesselbach. $991 Gary Hasselbrock with a 001 light. Takes a 9 thou stripe as Treadway breaks out. Here's Dave Holmes and Steve Schmidt. $991 Steve Schmidt takes 11 thou and gets the win. Dave Holmes $991.3 with a 26 light. Steven Schmidt, the better reaction time, manages the race for the win. Heads to round 3. Brent McKinney and Marvin Weeb. Again, happy birthday, Rhonda. Brent McKinney for the win. 991.8 with a 10 reaction time. Marvin Weeb took 25 thou, goes 989.2, breaks out by 8. Trent Langen, John Sapone. And it's going to be Trent Langen. 996 gets it done with an 022 reaction time. Paul Brang, Steve Parsons. Parsons in a double breakout. Paul Brang took a 6th thou stripe and broke out by 6th thou. Then Fairness took 54 10,000s, but you get the point. Steve Parsons is 1,000 better in reaction time. That helped him win the double breakout. Tony Manning and Lindsey Meserve. $991.3 for Lindsey Meserve. As a breakout for Tony Manning. Big Tony goes $987.2 with the 35 light. $991.3 Lindsey Meserve with the 12 reaction time. Pete Bothy and Gary McNaka. Gary McNaka, 992, beats both these 994. Here's Roger Cato and Mike Wiblishauser. Good round 2 matchup. Double breakout, Wiblishauser on a hole shot, 988-2 to 988-2. He left first. That's the second time that's happened today. Identical double breakouts goes to the reaction time winner. Wiblishauser 15 to Cato's 39. Mike Wiblishauser for the win. Kim Will and Ray Cordero. Yikes. Ray Cordero bet on 5 for the win with a 63 light. He left on Kim Will by a mile. Kim Will's 1:02 in reaction time. David Beckwith, Chris Nafziger. Nafziger's got that big speed roadster on the right side trying to run down Beckwith and couldn't get there. Dead on 1. Taking 4th thou for David Beckwith. Nafziger goes 91.7, had the better light, but he couldn't get there. Dead on 1, taking 4 for David Beckwith. Lorraine Rogers, John Kruger, Top Sportsman, Sportsman Motorcycle, final call. Need you the lanes. John Kruger dropped the top bulb. That is not allowed in Super Gas, a red light on the deep stage. And Lorraine Rogers gets the auto win. 989-1, 165. Evan Kowalski, Brad Pierce. Evan Kowalski was your Super Gas winner in race number 1. This is a Brodex bounty. Can Brad Pierce claim it? Be the second bounty of the day. If so, no. 992, 148, Evan Kowalski for the win. $994, 141 for Pierce, who couldn't fend off the Roadster. Bill Botello and John Philippi. Sees Candy for the win on the double breakout. 986 Evan Botello. 986.5 Philippi took 3 hundredths, but broke out by 2 thou more. Greg Harrison, Darren Dolezal. How about Greg Harrison's dead on one with a 23 light? He took 14 thou down. They're talking about trusting the dial, but got it done. Dead on one. Darren Dolezal. 987.5, and he got there second. A 63 reaction time. That'll do that. Here's Marco Perovalaris. Earned the solo shot here when he went dead on 3 last night to take out Steve Williams. Top Sportsman, we're missing 1. Need you to the lanes, please. Missing 1. If you're not going to make it, please come let us know. Marcos 008. $988.7, 168. That'll do it for Super Gas. Competition Eliminator coming your way next for round 1. Here we go. Round one, comp eliminator in the water, and the number one qualifier is going to kick things off. It's Josh Lee and Don Beavers. Round two of Super Street, needed to lanes, please. Super Street, round two to the lanes. Josh Lee goes red in round one of comp eliminator. And Don Beavers is 97 on tree, clicking it off for the win. The number one qualifier is out in round one with a 14th thou red light. Once again, Super Street round two to the lanes. Eric Bybee and Tom Metler now. Tom Metler in the truck, placing Kurt Hutter this race. 797 the index. Eric Bybee 709, number 4 and 8 qualifiers. Eric Bybee's car still does not sound right. Tom Metler is going to be able to click it off to a 752 for the win at 158. Eric Bybee 801, second over. The Bybees are struggling with that race car right now. Tom Metler into round two. And here comes Brad Rounds and Andy Moak. Brad Rounds, the East Supermod, co-alt in the left lane out of Nevada, and Andy Moak, the AA altered on methanol, buyherplants.com machine. the GTO. Andy Mowick and need a win here this weekend. Help him out in his hunt for both the division and national championship. Both cars away on the green. And Andy Mowick gets there. 6:53. 2:03. And he saves the index in the process. Brad Rounds goes 8:69. 1:02 reaction time. Not good enough. Andy Mowick into the next round. Andy will race Don Beavers. And here comes Larry's one gun Scott McClay. Final pair of round one. This is one gun the E Supermod, or D rather, Supermod Cobalt. The structural, steel, and plate fabrication. Scott Performance Wire Machine. And Scott McClay. The C Econo Dragster. Dodge powered machine in the right lane. From right up the road into Tehachapi. Both green. Scott McClay sneaks around 7:38.3, 162. Nobody takes a hit that round. It'll be Metler and McClay, Mowick and Beavers. We get to semis of Comp Eliminator, and here comes Sportsman Motorcycle. Super Street round 3, final call. Sportsman Motorcycle, Terry Turner left, Clayton Howie right. We're going to kick things off. Round number one with your number one qualifier. Clayton dialed 842. Terry dialed 910. Both green. And Clayton Howie wins it when Terry Turner doesn't scrub any speed. 9:08.5, predicting a 9:10 for Terry Turner. Taking almost 500s. Clayton Howie's bike bogged on the starting line, and he goes 8:45 for the win. Terry Turner never lifted. Clayton Howie wins it, and he gets a bye run into the semifinals as part of the 2-for-1. Mark Avila and Mark Biscay, both green. Mark and Mark. Marky Mark. $881.5. Mark Avila is a breakout for Biscay. Ouch. Mark Biscay breaks out by 2 thousandths. He took 600ths. Ouch. Here's Lonnie Woodruff and Paul Silvas. Lonnie dialing 899, Paul dialing 869. Paul Silvis, 876.5, 143, takes 300 stripe. As Lonnie Woodruff misses the tree. That'll allow Paul Silvis to manage the gap and move into the next round. Rick Newport, Reggie McKay. Man, I'm not going to get that right all weekend. Rick Newport is off and running, trying to run down Reggie McKay. Bolt on the green. Rick got him. 022 on the tree, 833. Taking 600s. Rick Newport. The winner of race 1 is into round 2 of race 2. Larry Mata and Andy Manning. Both green. See if Andrew Manning can chase down Larry Mata. We are about to find out. Yeah, he did. 6th now at the stripe, 877. On an 876, beat 909 on a 908. Andrew Manning had 9,000s in the reaction time, took a 6,000 stripe. That is a whale of a race on a Sportsman motorcycle. And it goes Andrew Manning's way. Jeremy Bates and Ricky Kay. Winner gets Mark Avila. Both green. And the win light goes to Ricky Kay, who takes 300s, going 300 above. He had a 300s reaction time advantage as well. That pretty much controlled the race. Tom Medlin, Brian Howie. Final pair of motorcycles. Both green. Tom Edlin tried to chase down Brian Howie. At the finish line, Tom Edlin wins it. Brian Howie breaks out. And that'll do it for Sportsman Motorcycle. We're on to Top Sportsman. First pair out is going to feature Mara Sylvia and the race 1 winner, Carl Hagan. Brodix Bounty on the line. Oh, Carl Hagen hung a right. Put a blinker on. Gets it straightened back out. And Marisilvia is going to drive by and lift for the win. Carl Hagen, that was a wild ride for a race 1 winner. And Marisilvia gets the win out of the box. Brodex Bounty cashes. Marisilvia picks up. Carl Hagen won't double up at his home track, but he does take a Wally home from here in Bakersfield. Rich Harrison and Bill Knudsen. Super straight, we're missing one. Need you to the lanes. If you're not going to make it, please let somebody know. Ouch. Rich Harrison takes a rather easy win, 200 above. Bill Knudsen was 219 on the tree. That was the ouch part of things. Rich Harrison into the next round. Stock Eliminator round 3. Come on down. Stock, need you lanes, please. Ted Kellner, David Cook. 667 dial in the right lane for the Big Mean Mustang. Ted Kellner dialed 723. David Cook will stage first. Ted Kellner should leave first. If he doesn't, he's got a real problem. Both green. David Cook's car danced around, but he got the win. 668.5. Ted Kellner took 5 thou too much. Got there first by 32 thousandths, broke out by 5, and David Cook gets away with 1. The car danced around. He slowed down off the number. Ted Kellner took an extra large bite, and he only needed a medium one. Baruch Lamas and Monty Green. Pair of green lights here. Baruch Lamas knocks out the engine builder from Arizona. Monty Green goes 6.861. It's not good enough. How about Baruch's 006 dead 2, an 8-pack. Baruch Lamas 8-packs. Monty Green moving to the next round. Be Baruch and Rich Harrison. We come back in round 2. Jeff Gillette and Bill Scribner. Scribner's Nova dialed 741. Jeff Gillette dialed 683. And here he comes. And Gillette got there. Sneaked by to go 686 with 8, 192, lifting off the gas. Scribner couldn't run the number. 749 predicting a 41. How about Jeff Gillette was 150 on the tree and still got there. Scribner was 111. 119 rather. The car slowed down. It gives Gillette a win. He'd probably tell you he got away with one. Mike Proctor, Rich Okerman is supposed to be the run, but Mike Proctor is a no-show. Competition single for Rich Okerman. So Rich will come back and race Mara Silvia. Go 7-17-1, 193. Here comes Joe Stannard and Rob Mendenhall. Except I don't see Rob Mendenhall. A bunch of broke top sportsman cars apparently here in race number 2. So Joe Stannard will get a free ride. Come back to race Jeff Gillette. $7.11 with a 7 on a 7.12 and a 002 light. Then here's Mike Height as Chris Esrick is also broken. This is how we're going to end it. Mike Height will come back and race David Cook. Super Street. Round number 2 is at the ready line. Mike Height missed the tree, 235, runs down, goes 7.023, and that will do it for round 1 of Top Sportsman. Stock Eliminator, final call. Final call for Stock Super Comp, round 3, come on down. Round 3 of Super Comp to the lanes. David Phillips and Kevin Homard off and running, and it's Kevin is dead on 9 to get it down to 136 miles per hour. How about Kevin Homard was faster to the 8th mile than David Phillips was to the quarter in that Camaro. David Phillips had a better light, but Kevin drove around him, dropped the nose, and goes dead on 9 to move in to the next round. Dave Monsas, Jeff Burke, red light, Dave Monsas by 9th out. Jeff Burke gets to take a stroll into round number 2. $10.93 in the process. Andy Olson and Kenny Snow. Kenny Snow had the earned by in round number 1. Off and running with Andrew Olson in the other lane. Camaro left is Olson. Chevelle right is the Snowman. To the line. Andrew Olson gets it done. 10.94.9. I don't know what happened to Kenny Snow. I'd like to think he had the numbers in the box off or something, because 11.006 is, unlike Kenny Snow, as good as that car has been running. James Brown and Art Hoover. Bakersfield in the left lane. The French fry man in the right. Art Hoover, 100 red. James Brown goes 11.10 with a 76 light. Art Hoover is not going to be thrilled when he sees the time slip. Melvin LaForbes and Christine Cloud. Melvin stages, Christine follows. Red light, Melvin LaForbes. When he tried to bring the car up on the converter, didn't have one. He took a long time pre-stage. I wonder if he was having issues. Maybe keeping the car in first gear or something. Christine Cloud goes across. Matt Bong, Mark Simonian. Double breakout, Mark Simonian by a thou. 10.89.5 beats a 10.89.4. Mark at a 007 like Matt Bong's 19. That ends up being the difference. Greg Ventura and Todd Sims. $10.94 beats a 10.91. On a Greg Ventura red light. 003 red for Greg. Todd Sims 10.94.4 for the win. Ryan Homar to Kyle Fritz. Both cars away on the green. Ryan Homard trying to move on into round number 3. A double breakout goes to Kyle Fritz. Homard took 6th out at the stripe. He goes 1085 to do it after missing the tree a little bit. Kyle Fritz, 1080 at 1 at 126. Wins the double breakout to move on. Nick Alejandre now. The head games, Chevelle and Jim Gobble. Jim Gobble, 1094, gets it done. Nick Alejandre's Chevelle slowed. Goes 1097, 129. Didn't run the number. Jim Gobble gets it done. Jeff Jackson, Mike Lowe. Pair of green lights. Where's the win light going to go? To Mike Lowe in the right lane. Double breakout, 1089. Beats a 1086. Cody Robinson and Davey Adams. Listen up, Super Comp. Super Comp, if you're not here, you are late. We need you here. Super Stock needs you to lanes, please. Super Stock, come on down. Super Stock. Come on down. Stock Eliminator. Cody Robinson and Davey Adams off and running. Stock. I realize that none of you guys want to come race, so we have a new game we want to play up here. It's called we're going to put all your numbers in a hat and just pull winners if you don't get up here into the lanes. Davey Adams is dead on 9 with an 010 light to take the win by 2 thou at the stripe over Cody Robinson, who breaks out getting there second. He was 42 on the tree, 1087.9. Davey Adams threw up a 19 pack to take 2 at the stripe. Jeff Jones and Dave Kiesel. Womp womp. Jeff Jones took 2 at the stripe, 2 thou. Goes 1092, 1 for the win. Dave Kiesel was 009, 1093, not enough. Jeff Jones punches a ride to round 3. And we sit and wait for Sock to decide if they'd like to race. Super Comp, we're missing some of you still. Super Comp. We're missing half of you? How are we missing half of Super Comp? Super Comp. That final call 10 minutes ago was supposed to be the final call. Super Stock, here's your second call, just in case you missed the first one. Here we go, stock eliminator, round number 3. Joe Sorensen, Ryan Clanahan off the run at 11:59. The dial for the number 1 qualifier, 982. The dial for McClanahan, the number 4 runner in the world a year ago, gets it done. 987, 128. Driving around Sorensen on the big end of the racetrack. Ryan McClanahan cashes trip to round number 4. Bill Bushmaker and Andy Kimball, clutch car right, 1081 dial for Kimball in the fair lane. Bushmaker down 11:59. That's the Roadrunner on the left. Hopping through the gears. Andy Kimball trying to chase down Bill Bushmaker, and he did it by 5 thousandths of a second. 1084.5 at buck 22 is good enough. With a 64 light. He was 5,000 better in reaction and 5,000 better at the stripe. Good way to do it. Tom O'Laughlin, Gary Evans. Both green. Gary doing the Dayson. Tom trying to fend him off. A reaction time of 001 wins it for Tom Laughlin with an 11:17 on an 11:11. Gary Evans drove around him and broke out. Went 10:25 on a 10:28. Adam Strang, Chad Langdon. Clay Smith, Cam's car in the right lane. The Barracuda dialed 11:26. Adam Strang, that's clutched Firebird on the left dialed 10:73. Red light, Chad Langdon. Wow, by a bunch, too. I mean, a bunch. 435 red for Chad. And Adam Strang missed the tree. That makes it even worse. And then goes 1068. That makes it even worse. John Irvin, Lindy Lindholm. Irving's Demon dialed 1071. Lindy's Camaro dialed 994. John Irving, a perfect reaction time. And in 11:04 for the win. Lindy Lindholm couldn't run the number. Lifted out of it down there. Had some issues. John Irving gets the win. Shelby Williams and Mike Williams now. A Williams will win. I do not believe they are related. That would be breaking news to me. But it could be wrong. It's Shelby left dial 1089. Mike right dial 1070. Shelby goes red by 026. Mike Williams is 008. 1077 for the win. Shelby's 026 red. And here's Tony DeFrank and Parker Theobald. Super Stock, final call to the lanes. Final call for Super Stock. These two really thinking about it. Tony DeFrank dialed 931 left. Parker Theobald dialed 1058 in the right. Tony is in. Both green. And a win light for DeFrank. 9:33 on a 9:31, taking fourth out. Parker broke out, getting the second. Parker was 55 on the tree. Tony was 17. Tony DeFrank gets it done. Phil Mandela and C.W. Hofer. This one goes to CW. Hofer takes 300s at the stripe. He's 2 above. Better light. Closer to the number. Got there first. Check, check, check. CW Hofer. Pete Lanciers and Jimmy DeFrank now. Tony's already moved on. Let's see what Jimmy can do. This is the final pair of stock eliminator. Supercomp cars in the water. Let's make this first call for Top Dragster. Come on down, Top Dragster, to the lanes. It's somewhere around now that Pete Lanciers knows he's probably not winning this race. 10:49, 104, Jimmy DeFrank. Pete had problems off the starting line. When your opponent is dialed a second behind you and passes you at 330 feet, it's usually a telltale sign you're not going to win. Especially when your opponent's Jimmy DeFrank. It's not like Jimmy's just going to dead leg it and break out. Jimmy, half a second over, lifting down there for the win. Here comes Supercomp. Tanner Theobald and Bob Van Popering. Big time moment here with Tanner Theobald in the left lane. Bob Van Popering stages first. Tanner Theobald follows. They're both off on the green. Round 3 of Super Comp. And it's Tanner on a double breakout. Bob Van Popering got down there and ran low ET of elimination. 883 to break out. Theobald 887 off the throttle at 164. Tanner Theobald. In the next round. Here's Steve Kasner and Jeff Davey. The simple hump car is Jeff Davey. The CRE car is Steve Kasner. They're both in and both green. .893 beats .893. Steve Kasner with a better light gets it done. Put 17 in the bank on the front end of the track and able to fend them off for the win. Steve Kasner into the quarterfinals. Jerron Settles and Glenn Kern. Reigning division champion in the left lane. That's Ron Settles, former Fogget 890 champion in the right. That's Glenn Kern. He also won the division back in 1992 in Super Comp. Win light, Jerron Settles, dead on 5, getting there second. Glenn Kern goes 888.9, but he took 200s and broke out. Travis Theobald, Phil Nagel. Tanner Theobald's already cashed his ticket to the round of 8. Travis Theobald's going to try to follow. Phil Nagel in the right lane. Northern California. Travis in from Utah. And he's going to get there. Another double breakout win. 889.7 beats 886.4. The Theobald brothers both move on to the round of 8. Here's Trey Vetter and Marco Paravalaris, a Titan matchup in the round of 16 as far as West Coast .90 racers go. Trey Vetter takes 9 thou for the win. Dead on 8 with a 12 light, throws up a 20 pack. Marco's 006 92.3 throws up a 29 package. Trey Vetter takes 9 thou and continues to go rounds in Super Comp after going to the finals in race number 1. Nick Alejandre and Matty Payne now. The car they call Head Games. That's Alejandre, who just got bounced out of Super Street. Wants to keep his day alive. And Madison Payne is trying to keep the Payne family's hope of winning a Wally at the Patch this weekend alive. Red light and Matty by 1 thou. 1 thou red. Nick Alejandre will race Trey Vetter in the round of 8, 887.9, 166. 1,000th of a second. 001 red for Matty Payne. Here comes Robin Lane and Mike Copping. Mike Copping left, Robin Lane right. Red light, Mike Copping, 005. And here's the final pair. It's Gabe Torres and Jason Rosenbaum. So we're going to have Steve Kavner race Travis Theobald. Trey Vetter race Nick Alejandre. Robin Lane will race the winner of this one. And how about Jerron Settles, the reigning division champ. And Tanner Theobald, the division points leader coming into the weekend. Coming up in the round of 8. Green lights on the final pair. Gabe Torres on the left side, trying to double up the Torres family in Super Comp after Val won last night. Dead on 8, Jason Rosenbaum. 8.908, took 5 thou and got the win with a 27 light. Gabe's 002, but goes 893.8, and Jason Rosenbaum gets the win. Here comes Rich Panoski and Mike Graham. That means it's time to run super stock. Mike Graham, the K-Automatic GT Mustang out of Arizona in the right, and Rich Panoski in the SS Nova out of Placerville in the left. It's Mike Graham for the win, 10:39 on a 34. Beats 10:25 on a 16. Panoski had the better light but couldn't run the number. Mike Graham gets the win. And here comes Joe Faraday and Brian Brosser. Joe Faraday went 047 red. Brian Brossert missed the tree and gets handed the win. Into round 3 of Super Stock. Here's Jody George and Tad Shea. Tad out of Peoria, Arizona. He's a shop 4 in at a Mercedes-Benz. Jody George lives right here in Bakersfield. The fleet manager, dialed 1025. Couple of Gen 3 Camaros. Both green. $10.22.0 is a breakout for Jody George, and Ted Shea goes dead on 3. Taking 11th out, stripe. Jody missed a tree. No way around it. Tad was pretty good on this end and better on that end for the win. Brent Calvert, Brad Burton. The 2-time world champ in the right lane. The Cobra Jet in the left lane. Attention to the pits. Super Gas, come on down. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the staging lanes. Brad Burton for the win. Calvert broke out. Brad for the win, and here's Tom Ferrugia. On a solo. Tom Ferrugia is 934 for 143 on the solo shot. Here comes Kyle Rizzoli and Tim Seymour. Hey, listen up in the pits and announce it for you racers. If you are staying for next weekend's Wally Parks reunion race, the Nostalgia Nationals, if you're staying, you must be out of the pits by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. There is no camping inside the gates here at Famoso, and you do not get to keep your pit stall. You must pack everything up and go out into pit or into the parking lot by 9 a.m. tomorrow. You're welcome to camp out there and stack out there, but you must be in the parking lot by 9 a.m. tomorrow, and you'll be restacked for the Wally Parks Nostalgia Nationals. The pit area will look drastically different. If you've never been here for this, you would know that. Or if you've been here for this, rather, you would know that. But if you've never been here, pits look way different with all the nostalgia, funny cars and top fuel cars and altereds coming to town. So we need you out here by 9 a.m. Kyle Rizzoli catches a ticket to the next round, beats Tim Seymour 918, 146. Seymour got there first by 11 thousandths. He broke out by 3 thou. He was locked out by Kyle Rizzoli. Here's Len Schneider and Tibor Kadar. Len Schneider wins the heads-up race against Tibor in the GTJ automatic machine. Sorry, I was getting asked a question there. It was a heads-up. Len Schneider knocks out Tibor. Heads-up Super Stockers. To get into the next round, Justin Lamb and Randy Logie now. Justin Lamb went red by 6 thou. Randy Logie goes to the next round. Lamb chop out 6 thou too soon. Up here on the starting line, Randy Logie's 1073 at 103. to head to round 3 of Superstock. Brian McClanahan and Shelby Williams now. Comp Eliminators, I'm getting a question about it. You are running in this rotation. Semifinals will be running in this rotation for comp. We're in Superstock right now. We'll then head to Top Dragster and then Super Gas and then comp. So you have, call it 30 minutes or so. Ryan Clanahan, Shelby Williams, they're up. They're off. They are green. Number 3 in the world a year ago left. Daughter of a world champ right. Finish line. McClanahan clicks it and goes dead 7. Wow. Man, he's good. Shelby Williams is dead on 1 and not even in the race. She was 19 thou back up here. She was actually 25 back up here. Ryan got there first by 19 thou. Shelby drove it good. Ryan drove it great. It is what it is. Trey Veteran, John Irving. The 340 Duster. And the Gen 1 Camaro. Both green. $10.61.0 on a 10.61. We call that dead on the number for John Irving. How about Trey Vetter? Took 9 thou and broke out by 5. Had the smallest of windows to get in there and he couldn't. John Irving knocks out Trey Vetter. Your Superstock winner in race number 1 gets bounced here in round 2. And we move into Top Dragster. Super Gas, final call. Need you here. Super Gas, final call. And with that, the final call for Super Gas. Comp Eliminator, you can start heading this way if you're ready. Comp will take you if you are ready. Terry White and John Rolandelli will kick things off. Top Dragster, round 2. It's Terry White for the win. John Rolandelli slows down 2/10 plus. Terry White lifts out of it and gets the win. Katie Reyes and Art Hoover. Katie Reyes dialed 770. Art Hoover dialed 627. Katie gets way out there and hangs on for the win. 771, Katie Reyes. Art Hoover breaks out, getting there second. He missed the tree. Jen Weens and Hannah Huber. And a win light for Hannah. They're both 040, and Hannah Huber takes 2 thou for the win at 199 miles per hour. Hannah Huber going rounds, knocking out Jen Wayne 648-2 on a 643 to get it done. Here comes Don London and Mike McBrayer. McBrayer dialing 636, the supercharged Superman car in Don London. And the twin turbocharged machine dialed 617. Boy, Don London got all out of shape, had to pedal it, and Mike McBrayer goes 637 off the gas for the win. London hung a left, hung a right, pedaled. And that was it for Don. Here comes Cody Weber and Dan Naylor. Compliminator, come on down. There's your official. Please, come on down. Well, Dan Naylor just let one go out there. Cody Weber goes 679 lifting. Saw the puff of smoke out of the turbo car, and Dan Naylor lifted out of it. Listen to the pits. Comp Eliminator. Comp, we need to hear, please. Also, give me Top Sportsman and Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes. Top Sportsman, Sportsman Motorcycle, come on down. Mallory Reese and Phil Dewar are off and running. Phil Dewar missed the tree, and it's going to cost him $6.54. Mallory Reese with an 016 light. Phil was 092. Mallory was the 26 back. Mallory into the round of 16, or into round 3 at least. The way the ladder works out, we'll have a little short of 16 next round. Reed Taylor and Ed Olpen. This ought to be fun. Reed Taylor in the supercharged altered dialed 623. And Ed Olpen's basically got a super comp car out here dialing 723. 1 second apart even. Here comes Reed, and Reed couldn't get there. He's dead on 2, but couldn't get there. Ed Olpen goes 725, 184, and a 23, had a 012 light. Reed Taylor missed it. He was 061. Here's Andy Spiegel and John Richardson. Andy Spiegel dialed 652. The engine builder out of Acton, John Richardson, dialed 630. The red, white, and blue machine. Old Glory on it. Out of Santa Clarita. John, who switched race cars after qualifying session number 1 in race 2. And this one goes to Spiegel. Double breakout, 650 with a 7. John Richardson got there first. Got a big bite. 6.507 on a 52 for Andy Spiegel. Here's Chad Axford and Rob Whetstone. Chad Axford dialing 636. Get 'em Carbs, FTD Wheels, Dead On Racing Products. And Rob Whetstone, driving the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing machine, is dial 657. His first race in a top dragster. Driving for the guy who currently leads the division in points. $649 for Chad, 174. Don't know what happened to Rob Whetstone, but his reaction time was 992. Hannah Cook, Steve Kasner, 632 the dial left, 611 the dial right. Final call. Comp, Top Sportsman, Super Street, or pardon me, not Super Street, Sportsman Motorcycle, rather. Need you here. Comp, Top Sportsman, and Sportsman Motorcycle. All the way on the green, Kasner, 613-4 and a 611. 636-1 on a 32 for Hannah Cook. Wasn't good enough on either end of the track. Steve Kasner had the better light. 24 over on the other end. Kasner gets the win. That does it for Top Dragster. And looks like we have the Nitro cars ready to make an exhibition run. Steve Romanazzi's case and licensing pass. So Steve Romanazzi, the Brad Thompson, Steve Faria Tune machine. I do believe Roma needs to be making full pulls at this point. There he goes. He shuts it off at half track again. Half track hits look good for Romanazzi. There comes Jeff Utterback. Jeff Utterback. The Advanced Services Funny Car. Getting ready for the Wally Parks Nostalgia Nationals next weekend right here at the Patch. Benefiting the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Here comes Utterback to pre-stage. And now stage. Clicks it at about 1,000 feet and goes 690 at 159. That thing did not want to leave early. 1.11 to 60 feet. But makes a good clean run down the track. Shuts it off where he wants to. And a little bit of track work here. We're rolling to super gas. Vince Reale and Ray Cuero to kick things off. This is Super Gas, round number 3. Nostalgia Nationals event goes 994 lifting. Ray Cordero had issues. Damon Bustamante and Greg Harrison. Damon looking for his second Wally of the weekend after winning in Top Sportsman race number 1, or probably Top Dragster, I should say, in race number 1. Away on the green and to the stripe. Damon won't get his second. It's Greg Harrison dead on 9. Taking 200s. Bustamante was 32 on the tree. 992, couldn't get there. Brenton McKinney and Trent Langen, and the Reds are on. They're going to go check the track. I guess we had somebody turn off down there who had a motor problem. They want to check the track out. Stock and Super Street to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator and Super Street round 4 to the lanes. Brent McKinney and Trent Langen off and running. To the track seemed all clear, and at the stripe, this is going to be Brent's race. He's 004. Manages the gap. Hangs on for the win. Knocks out Trent Langen. Brent McKinney off to round number 4 of Super Gas. Mike Whippleshauser, Steve Parsons. Steve Parsons is way red. Flinched, went 146 red. Mike Whibbleshauser's 007, 9884, 170 for the win. Steve Parsons must have flinched or something. 146 is very, very red. Lindsey Meserve and Mike Boehner. The Goodyear Go Lithium, Reese Motorsports, Brodex car on the right, Lindsey Meserve in the left, the Mountain Ox and Jovi. They're both cool. 989.9, it's Mike Boehner for the win with a 006 light. Lindsey got there first by 15th thou, but broke out by a couple hundredths. Gary McNaka, Bill Botello. Botello, the Seas Candy car. Newmark Transport. Aloha Specialties. Gary McNaka. Both cars away green. McNaka out in front. Botello trying to run him down. Breakout, Gary. Gary McNaka got there first by 86 thousandths and broke out by 3 of them. Get there by 82 and you win. Get there by 86 and you lose. Bill Botello got away with 1. He was 996 with a 62 light and it's good enough for the win. Green Rogers and Gary Hasselbrock. $92.1 Hasselbrock, $91.9 Rogers. It's Gary for the win with a better reaction time. Taking 500s, $992.1 Gary Hasselbrock into round 4 of Super Gas. Steve Schmidt, Evan Kowalski. Evan Kowalski goes 994, parking it down there because Steve Schmid took a mile. Almost a 10th stripe for Steve Schmid, who was 003 on the tree, but goes 986.8 to Evan's 994. Kowalski moves on. The Brodex bounty stays alive as Evan Kowalski cashes another win light in Super Gas. Here's David Beckwith and Marco Paravalaris. Red light, Marco, 008 red. David Beckwith missed the tree. He went 084 and Marco's dead on 6, but 008 red. David Beckwith gets handed one by Marco, is 84 on the tree for the win. You live in the 00s like Marco does. His red lights are part of the game, and he knows it as well as anybody. And here comes Comp Eliminator. Don Beavers, Andy Mowick. We kick off Comp semifinals. Beavers off. Mowick following. Andy Mowick trying to keep his Divisional World title hopes alive. And he got him. 6:49.4 217. It's going to take the tiniest of bites out of his index, but he needed a lot of it. And he was good on the trees. 41, did his job. Left on Don. Don Beavers made a good run. Andy Mowick went blasting by down there. Couldn't take the risk of losing the round. Takes out one hun. Not catastrophic. I mean, I'd rather have the 100 than not, but it's not catastrophic. Here's Tom Metler and Scott McClay. Final call. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Super Comp need you here. Super Comp to the lanes. Scott McClay gets it done. Got there by 200ths of a second. Goes 7:36.5. Let me run math real quick. Didn't touch the index. Drove around Tom Metler on the big end of the track. Scott McClay and Andy Mowick in the finals. A comp eliminator. Coming up in just a little bit. And here comes Sportsman Motorcycle. Round number 2. Rick Newport dialed 821. Paul Silva's dialed 869. Here we go with Sportsman Motorcycle. Round 2. Silva's right, Newport left. Waiting on Newport to stay, and here it comes. Better light. Paul Silva's finish line. Paul Silva's 873.5, 151. He was 007 on the tree. Rick was 074. Here's Mark Avila and Ricky K. They had identical dial-ins and identical reaction times. Who wants to strike? Ricky K, 882.4. Identical dials, identical reaction times. Ricky K for the win. He'll race Paul Silvas in the semis. And here's Tom Medlin and Andrew Manning. Andrew Manning is 001 red. Tom Medlin gets a free ride, 819.8, 163. He will come back and race Clayton Howie in the semifinals. And here's Clayton on his competition bye. He earned this one in round number 1. And Top Sportsman is behind him. Reed Okerman going to kick things off against Mara Sylvia, Top Sportsman. Round 2. Rich Okerman and Mara Sylvia off and running. Mara's dialed quicker. Rich got the handicap head start at the finish line stripe. Who's it going to be? How about Mara Sylvia? 6:96 to beat Rich Okerman with a 008 reaction time. 6.961. 186 miles per hour. Get it done. There's Jeff Gillette and Joe Stannard. Joe Stannard was 004, and it didn't matter. Jeff Gillette's dead on 5. That's even better. To take a 100 stripe, Jeff Gillette knocks out Joe Stannard. Here comes Baruch Lamas and Rich Harrison. Super Comp, final call to the lanes, please. Final call, Super Comp. Rich Harrison for the win. 69.7 is good. Baruch Lamas couldn't run the number. Fell 800 of a second back and left the window wide open for Rich. Rich Harrison will race Mara Sylvia in the semis. Jeff Gillette will race either Mike Hyatt or David Cook. We're about to find out which one. Once again, a reminder, if you're staying for next weekend's Wally Parks Nostalgia Nationals race, you cannot be on the racing property after tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Must be packed up and in the parking lot. You can camp in the parking lot all week. You can leave your trailers there if you're going home. Not leave them inside the fences. Stacking will take place out. It's going to be David Cook. 6.745, 197. How about David Cook lifts to take fourth thou? That's a great top-end driving job for David Cook. He'll come back and race Jeff Gillette on the other side of the top sportsman ladder in the semifinals. Kevin Omar and Christine Cloud must mean it's time for Super Street round of 16. I need Super Stock to the lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. Round 4, Super Stock to the lanes. A red light for Christine Cloud by 7 thousandths of a second. Kevin Homard goes 11:46 at 109, lifting down there to head into the next round. Andrew Olson, Jeff Burke. Jeff Burke is, wow, Jeff Burke takes a 4/10,000 stripe on Andrew Olson. Wow, in Super Street, 4/10,000. That is wild in Super Street. Trey Vetter, we need you up here at the Super Comp car, please. We're missing you. Trey Vetter, need you here with your Super Comp car. You are almost up. James Brown and Mike Lowe. C.W. Hofer, need you up here, please. I understand you're on the way. Trey Vetter as well. James Brown and Mike Lowe off on greens. I need Super Stock to the lanes. I also need Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster, round 4, to the lanes. Dead on 5, Mike Lowe with the 006 light. Throws up an 11,000 package to James Brown's 083 light. That was all she wrote. Kyle Fritz and Davey Adams green. Fritz in the dirty, but gets out there, and here comes Davey off the stop in the Maverick, trying to chase him down. Big end of the track. Davey Adams won't get there. Dead on 7 for Kyle Fritz, taking 33 thou. Davey Adams breaks out and getting there second. It'll be Fritz and Lowe with a 2 for to the finals. Next time we see Super Street, Jim Gobble and Mark Simonian. Once again, Super Stock, final call. Top Dragster, need you here as well, please. And 92.6, Mark Simonian beats a dead on 3 for Jim Gobble. Gobble's reaction time, 270. Simonian's 001. Here's Todd Sims and Jeff Jones. Final pair, Super Street, round 3 for a trip to the quarters. And a win light for Todd Sims. Jeff Jones couldn't run the number. 10.95 for Sims is good. That'll do it for Super Street. Stock Eliminator, round 4 coming up. Tony DeFrank going to kick things off on a solo squirt here in Stock Eliminator. Tony DeFrank goes 947, 121, and here's our first pair for Stock. Ryan Clanahan and Tom O'Loughlin. Winner gets Tony DeFrank with a 2-for-1 to the final in that matchup. Off on the green. There they both go. The reaction time advantage on this end went to Ryan McClanahan, and so does the win light, 988.4, 124. Tom O'Loughlin, 126 on the tree, got there second and broke out. Here's Adam Strang and Andy Kimball. Hey, we have a missing cell phone, so if you happen to come across one that's not yours, you can bring it to the tower. We would appreciate it. Couple of clutch cars here. D-Stock or Adam, E-Stock or Andy. We had a clutch car win race 1. We're going to send a clutch car to the quarterfinals here, and that one happens to be Adam Strang, 1076.2, got there first. Andy Kimball broke out getting there second with a 170 reaction time. Can't do that. Adam Strang moves on to race the winner of this matchup, C.W. Hofer and Jimmy DeFrank. Jimmy dialed 1002, CW dialed 1124. This is a real heavy matchup in Stock Eliminator in this part of the country. Jimmy DeFrank, the 5-time world champion. CW Hofer, one of the dominant forces. Out here on the West Coast in Stock and in No Box and Sportsman. Wow, CW wins a double breakout. Jimmy DeFrank took a mile. By Jimmy DeFrank standards, 500s is a mile. And he broke out by a couple hundreds. CW Hofer wins a double breakout. Jimmy was 008. All he had to do was snug it up, and he didn't. Wow. Wow. And here's a heads-up race. John Irving, Mike Williams. This is a 2-for to the semis. Big-time matchup. John Irving had 7th down reaction time. John Irving's got all the race car. John Irving wins a heads-up D-Stock battle. He will get a freebie to the semis. And we return with Stock. And here comes Super Comp. Tanner Theobald. Jerron Settles. The reigning division champion is in the right lane. The current division points leader is in the left. The Theobald construction car left. The Ted Weens complete auto care car right. Both green. Dead on 3 beats dead on 9. Tanner Theobald, 8.903. Jerron Settles, 8.909. Tanner was better on the tree by 25. Took 300ths. And Tanner Theobald tightens his grip on the D7 Super Comp points. Here's Travis now. And Steve Kasner. So Tanner Theobald just moved on. Let's see if Travis can follow. Not going to happen. Steve Kasner on the double breakout, 889.5. Travis took a big bite down there, even though he's only going 160. Steve Kasner was set up pretty true. Broke out by 5 thou. Tanner broke out by 21. So Kasner moves on. Here's Jason Rosenbaum and Robin Lane. Winner gets Tanner Theobald in the semis. Andy Spiegel and Mike McBrayer need you here in Top Dragster. Andy Spiegel, Mike McBrayer need you here now, please. Jason Rosenbaum, 891.5 beats 892.3. Robin Lane, 058, missed the tree. Jason Rosenbaum going to race Tanner Theobald in one semi. Steve Kasner will run either Nick Alejandre or the race one runner-up, Trey Vetter in the Matco Tools machine. Red light, Trey Vetter. Nick Alejandre gets another free ride. Matty Payne went red against him. Trey Vetter goes red against him. Nick's driving the wheels off that Head Games car. He was 10 on the tree. Trey Vetter would have had to bring it. Nick is 10 on the tree and gets the win when Trey goes red. Nick Alejandre will race Steve Kasner for a trip to the finals. And that is cool. And it's going to be fun. Waiting on Super Stock to come up here and turn the corner. Same thing for Top Dragster. I need Super Gas to the lanes. I need Top Sportsman to the lanes. Super Gas and Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Super Gas, Top Sportsman. Need you both to the lanes. Here we go with top drags for round 3. Mallory Reese, Terry White will kick things off. And this is a 2-for-1. The winner gets a free ride to the semis. Mallory dialing 654, Terry dialing 669. Mallory Reese takes 8 thou, run dead 0 to beat Terry White with an 0.66 reaction time. Terry left first, but he didn't run the number, and he didn't scrub either. Actually faster than his qualifying speed, but for some reason, Terry White slowed down 500ths, and that allowed Mallory Reese to sneak in there by 8 thou. Mallory Reese will go to the semifinals on the 2-for-1. And here comes Cody Weber and Katie Reyes. Cody Weber and Katie Reyes off and running. Cody doing the hunting. Dead on 0. Back-to-back dead zeros to take back-to-back couple thousandth wins. Cody is dead 0, taking 5 thou to knock out Katie Reyes. Wow. Top dragster is nasty right now. Nasty. What's it take to win in Top Dragster? All you got to do is be dead 0 and take a couple thou, 220 miles per hour. Psh. Wimps. Chad Axford and Ed Open. Another big split race on the handicaps. Here comes Chad trying to chase down Ed. 6:38.9 to take 2 thou at 214 miles per hour. We have sent 3 pairs of top dragsters down the track, and taking 6 thou is the worst driving job we've seen. The worst. I took 6. Dead 0. Wow, you stink compared to the other 2. Unreal. 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 Chad Axford will race Cody Weber in the semis, or in the quarters, rather. The winner gets Mallory Reese in the semis. When we move to the other side of the ladder, here comes Mike McBair and Andy Spiegel, I do believe, because I heard Supercharger. I could be wrong. Let me turn on and look. Burp, burp, burp. That's why they gave me a window. They don't let me open it, but they gave me one. Yep, that'll be the next pair. Super Gas and Top Sportsman. Super Gas and Top Sportsman. We need you here, please. Mike McBrayer, Andy Spiegel. The nitrous-powered machine over on the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side is Andy Spiegel. The engine builder, retired firefighter out of Acton, Mike McBrayer. The plumber out of Goodyear, Arizona. The Superman machine on the left, Mike dialed 636. Andy is dialed 652. Winner gets either Steve Kasner or Hannah Huber in the quarters. Mike McBrayer is dead on 4, taking 15 thou for the win. That's it? 15 thou? 15 thou is all you could take, Mike? Couldn't snug it up to 3 or 4 thou like everybody else? Mike McBrayer takes 15 thou with a 15 light. Go dead on 4. Knock out Andy Spiegel. Waiting on Steve Kasner and Hannah Huber to turn the corner. Here, Steve just got done in the Super Comp car. And here they come forward. Red light, Hannah Huber, 7 thou too soon. Steve Kasner, 656, 159 lifting. Top Sportsman and Sportsman Motorcycle. Need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman and Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes. Steve Kasner to come back and race Mike McBrayer, the 2-for-1 to the final. That does it for Top Dragster. We're going to roll back into Super Stock. Once again, Top Sportsman and Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes. Yeah, Comp Eliminator, just because I'm seeing text right now. Comp Eliminator. Andy and Scott, basically when you two are ready, you make the decision to come on up. We have room in the schedule. When you two are ready, we'll find a spot and work you in to run the final. Take your time. We're into super stock. That's Brad Burton and Brian Brossert, and that's a win for Bad Brad, who's 6 thou under on a double breakout. Brossert's a couple hundredths under. Taking too big of a stripe. They were 1 thou apart in reaction time, and Brad Burton wins. That was a 2-for-1 to semis. Tad Shea, Randy Logie. The winner gets Tom Ferrugia or Ryan McClanahan. It's 10:46 dial left, 10:56 right. Tad left, Randy right. Wheel stands on both sides, and they're off and running. And right now they're looking over going, who had the better light? Who wants the stripe? Who had the better light? Who wants the stripe? Win light, Tad Shy. Oh, man. Randy Logie took a thou at the stripe and broke out by 2 thou more. They were a thou apart in reaction time, advantage Ted. They were a thou apart at the finish line, advantage Randy, and basically on the whole shot, Tad Shy wins it on a double breakout by 1,000th of a second. Wow. Wow. Randy Logie's like, I did everything right. I was 12 on the tree and took a thou. How'd I lose? Oh, man. That hurts. Len Schneider and Kyle Rizzoli. Kyle driving the gainer car. Len in his patent T-Bird. Double O-weight light for Kyle Rizzoli is usually doomsday for the opponent. And it was here. 9:21 on an 18. Kyle Rizzoli into the quarterfinals, where he will race in a 2-for-1 to the final against the winner of the John Irvin Mike Graham race that is in the water box. But right now, it's all about Tom Ferrugia and Ryan McClanahan. Winner gets Tad Shy. Ryan McClanahan gets down there by 4/10 to take the win. Tom Ferrugia had problems with the race car and lifted out of it. He was 14 on the tree. He was in control, but he lifted out of it. Ryan McClanahan will race Ted Shy for the right to race Brad Burton in the semis. Here's the final pair of class. Mike Graham and John Irving. Winner gets Kyle Rizzoli with a 2-for-1 to final on the line. I should have Super Gas. I need Top Sportsman. I need Sportsman Motorcycle. I need Super Street as well as Stock Eliminator. Super Street and Stock. We need you here, please. John Irving's 005 taking 6 thou, dead 3. 005, dead on 3, take 6 thou in a Stock Eliminator car. Come on, man. Come on. That's mean. That is so mean. Here's Brett McKinney and Mike Boehner. John Irving going to come back to race Kyle Rizzoli. What do we need, Matt? I thought you were asking for something. My fault. Here's Brent McKinney and Mike Boehner, Super Gas. At the goal line. Brent McKinney left, Mike Boehner right. Trip to the quarters on the line. Dead on 2 for Mike Boehner. 002, dead 2, and he got there second. Brent McKinney took 6 thou straight, but broke out by a couple hundredths. Mike Boehner It's real sporty. And that Camaro here today, Vince Reale and Bill Botello. Botello in the Seas Candy Newmark Aloha car. Vince Reale, the Hunt & Sons American Water Truck Service machine. The Army vet over there on the left side. All racers, hey, when we call you up, please come all the way forward in the lanes for pairing at this point. We're down to enough cars where we can pair you up where the crosswalk is. No need to stop at the back of the lanes. We're short lane person today as well. So when you roll into the lanes, just pull all the way up to Mort. He is at the crosswalk up near the front of the lanes. Bill Botello gets the win. Going 79 on the tree, 994. Vince Reale, hide the sharp objects, folks. Breaks out by 4th out, taking 800ths. And a 2-for-1 to the semis. Ouch. Gary Hesselbrock and Greg Harrison. Gary Hesselbrock left, Greg Harrison right. Greg had a big reaction time advantage and goes 991 for the win. Gary broke out getting their second 6 Hun behind. He was 090 on the tree. And Greg Harrison will race Mike Wibbleshauser. David Beckwith, Evan Kowalski. Winner gets Mike Boehner in the quarterfinals, and this is the Brodex Bounty. If David Beckwith can't claim it, Mike Boehner would love to keep the Brodex stuff in the Brodex family. But he wants to be the first in. Boehner, or Kowalski rather, bumps in. Beckwith with 10 to follow. Gets in. Red, David Beckwith, 053. Evan Kowalski survives again. Evan Kowalski will race Mike Boehner in a 2-for-1 to the finals. Boehner can keep his own Brodex stuff and earn a trip to the final at the same time. Or Evan Kowalski can keep his hopes for a double up alive. Here's Mike Wibbleshauser. He's on a free ride to race Greg Harrison in the next round of Super Gas. Top Sportsman coming your way next. Sportsman Motorcycles right behind him. Super Street Stock Eliminator needed to the lanes. Super Street and Stock, you should be here. Wibbleshauser's 42. Wibbleshauser to the stripe. Runs it out. Goes 10 flat, 151. Jeff Gillette, David Cook. This is Tom Sportsman semifinals. Turn on a win light here, race for Wally later. David Cook, businessman out of Nevada, in the Mustang on the right side, dialed 672. Jeff Gillette, Benicia native, the GTO on the left, dialed 685. Pair of green lights. Can Dave Cook chase down Jeff Gillette? No. Jeff Gillette snugs up the stripe to 2,000. Dead on 6 isn't good enough for David Cook. Jeff Gillette 686, predicting an 85, and by 2 thousandths of a second. Jeff Gillette gets the win. Jeff Gillette will race in the finals. He will race either Mara Sylvia or Rich Harrison. Rich Harrison, the Lakewood native, the plasterer, Harrison plastering his business, dialing 769. And Mara Sylvia, dialing 692. Red light, Rich Harrison, 020. Big red light flashes, and Mara Sylvia goes 6.998, 178. She lifted early. Mara Sylvia will race Jeff Gillette in the final round. That's Top Sportsman. Here comes Sportsman Motorcycle semifinals. Paul Silvis and Ricky K. Here we go, Sportsman Motorcycle. This is the semifinal. Paul, who's out of Bakersfield, and Ricky, who's out of Humble, Texas. 872 the dial in for Paul, 879 for Ricky, and they are off and running. Super, comp, and stock. Super, comp, and stock. I need you to the lanes, please. Paul Silvis on a double breakout is closer to the number. Ricky K took couple motorcycle lengths down there, and Paul Silvis will head to the finals. Who are you going to race? Will it be Tom Medlin or Clayton Howie? A couple of the good ones out here. And not good ones, but a couple of the really good ones. Tom Medlin was the runner-up in race 1. Clayton Howie won this race a year ago. One of them gets to come back and race Paul Silvis for the Wally. Both green. And they both did their job. At the stripe, who's going to do it better down there? How about Tom Medlin on a double breakout? Clayton Howie took 12 thou, and he broke out by a little bit more. Clayton was 009, took too much at the stripe. Tom Medlin will race Paul Silvis. And here comes Super Street. Stock Eliminator, I think we're missing one. We're about to run you. Please and thank you. Let me look back there. Well, never mind. I think we got all 5 stockers now. No, we don't. I see 4. You're missing a stock eliminator car. We need 1 stock eliminator car. And I think it's Ryan McClanahan. Super Street rolling forward. Mark Simonian and Todd Sims, 1090 up on the board for a trip to the semifinals. Both green. Simonian gets out in front of the Camaro. Sim comes off the stop in the Nova, tries to chase him down big, and he got him. Dead on 7 for Todd Sims. Mark Simonian took 600ths and loses a breakout. Todd Sims is dead on 7 with an 18 reaction time. Kyle Fritz and Mike Lowe. Mike Lowe. And the 2-for-1, Mike Lowe gets to go to the final round. He's 1091-3. Kyle Fritz broke out by 300ths. Mike Lowe had the better light. Mike Lowe paced and then dropped, and Mike Lowe heads to the final, winning the 2-for-1. Kevin Omar and Jeff Burke now. The winner gets Mr. Sims. Red light, Jeff Burke by 2,000. Kevin Homard has the Elko running good. He's heading to the semis. 2,000 for Jeff Burke. That's how much he went red by. Kevin Homard off to the semis in Super Street. Stock Eliminator should be turning around the corner. Super Comp should be right behind him. John Irving just takes the tree. He has the free ride into the semis. He will go back and await his opponent. Steve Kasner needs you here. Steve Kasner, Super Comp. Need you in the lanes, please. Adam Strang and C.W. Hofer. Adam Strang trying to keep the hopes alive for the clutch cars. Dialed 1072 in the left, and C.W. Hofer dialed 1122 in the right. Bob Garrett won last night, or rather Friday night, with a clutch car. Can Adam Strang keep the hopes alive? No. Got there first by 0.04 of a second, and he broke out by 11 thou. C-Dub dropped the nose, goes 11:23.7 with an 0:23 reaction time. C.W. Hofer will race John Irving in the semifinals. Stock Eliminator, final pair. And this is a 2-for-1. Tony DeFrank and Ryan McClanahan. The California car cover machine. That's the factory stock B car of Tony DeFrank. Tony's dial 935. The double A soccer is Ryan McClanahan, dialed 985. Red light, Tony DeFrank. Ryan McClanahan gets a trip to the final round in the 2-for-1. Tony turned it red by 15 thou. Ryan McClanahan's going to race for the Wally in stock eliminator. He was the runner-up in super stock in race 1. He heads to the final in stock in race 2. And here comes Super Comp. Jason Rosenbaum, Tanner Theobald getting ready to go. Both off and running. Trip to the final on the line. The division points leader in the right, the Sarge in the left. And it's going to be Theobald by 12 thou. 891.2 beats a dead-on 8. Neither one of them are going to be jumping up and down about their reaction times, but Tanner Theobald left first with a 41 light. I would have lost that bet before the race. I think the rest of the Theobald family down there probably would have as well. If you would have said, well, 41 leave first, you said not a chance. But Tanner left first. Tanner took 12 thou, and Tanner will race for the Wally. Again, a reminder, all winners, all classes to lanes, please. All winners in all classes. We need top dragster here for sure. Top dragster and super stock, you should both be on your way. Super gas as well. Try to get you down into the same rounds as everybody else. Top dragster, super stock, super gas, you should all be on your way. If not here already. Steve Kasner and Nick Alejandre. Nick Alejandre out of Glendale, Arizona. The car they call the Head Games. Stacy down there on the starting line and Steve Kasner. CRE Enterprises team. Top end. Nick Alejandre is going to race for a Wooly here in Bakersfield. I'm not sure Stacy can even believe it. Shaking hard, walking off the starting line. He is driving the wheels off that car today. Nick Alejandre's reaction time was 14. He goes 8.91.1, taking 300. Steve Kastner couldn't do a thing about it. Steve Kastner had a 3,000s window to sneak into. He wasn't close. Nick Alejandre, Tanner Theobald, Super Comp Final here in Bakersfield. Wild. Wild. Love it. Love wild. Super gas. Need to hear. Somehow we came into today with the same number of rounds left in comp and gas, and we have a final in comp and not a semi in gas. Super gas needs you here. Top dragster needs you here. Super stock needs you here. You are all a round behind at this point. Everybody else will take all winners, all classes back as your cars are ready. The Super Street Semi, the Stock Eliminator Semi, the finalist and top sportsman motorcycle comp eliminator as you're ready. And those finals will take you here as well. Hey, race fans, or racers rather, listen up. For those of you who are out of eliminations and packing up to head home at this point, if you're going south on the way home to Southern California, you may want to consider taking the 58 up over the Tehachapi Pass down into Palmdale, Lancaster. You just want to at least keep an eye on the CHP traffic page. There's been a couple of pretty bad accidents up on the Grapevine. One of them's involved a helicopter needing to land, so they are still down lanes on the Grapevine. It is starting to get better, but it is still kind of a mess. So if it's like I only lose 10 or 15 minutes type of deal, going one way or the other. For instance, if you're maybe going to go up over the 5 to the 138, I would consider just taking the 58. I mean, if you live in like Ventura, then you're probably just going to have to sit in it. But if you have options, maybe think about looking at it at this point. Again, CHP traffic page is a good place to look if you're not familiar with it. They're kind of updating it as they go. They have opened up a couple other lanes just a few minutes ago, but it's still a bit of a mess down there. Here comes Steve Romanazzi's Nitro Funny Car. Steve Romanazzi driving his new Nostalgia Funny Car. Some tuning help from Brad Thompson and Steve Faria. (6:18.205). Got down there at about 1,000 feet. Looked like it might have started to eat a piston. Romanazzi lifted out of it and then give it a whop whop, knowing he needs to get certain ETs and speeds for his license. A 6:18.7 at 2:05.5. I be honest, I don't actually know where that threshold is, but it went down the track. Steve Kastner, know you just got back with the Super Comp car. Just letting you know the rest of the top racers are here. When you can jump in that vehicle and bring it up here, we appreciate it. Not no way pushing you on that one. We know you just jumped out of the Super Comp car. Just wanted to let you know that everybody else was up here. I need my Super Street and my Stock Eliminator semis to the lanes, please. Super Street Stock semis, we need you to the lanes, please. final super stock at the ready line. And the first pair out is a 2-for-1 to the final. Kyle Rizzoli and John Irving. John Irving in the Duster, dialed 1062. Kyle Rizzoli in the Cobalt, dialed 916. Driving Tommy Gainer's machine out of Washington. Red light, John Irving by 0.03 of a second. Kyle Rizzoli will race for the Superstock Wally. And here comes Tad Shy and Ryan McClanahan, who is still alive in stock and super stock, who was the super stock runner-up in race number 1. Ryan McClanahan dialed 825 in the right lane. Tad Shy dialed 1044 in the left. They're both green. Can Ryan run down? Yes, 825-3, 156. And the hopes for a double stay alive for Ryan McClanahan. He will race Brad Burton in the semifinals. Here comes Brad to take his single. $950 with a 6 for Brad Burton. And here comes Super Gas. Mike Wiblishauser and Greg Harrison. 990 cars. Oh no, Greg Harrison either didn't have a trans brake or he had it in second gear. And when he hit the throttle, the car just drove. Mike Wittleshauser was 989.8. He will race Bill Botello in the semifinals. And here comes Evan Kowalski and Mike Boehner. A 2-for-1 trip to the final on the line. Evan Kowalski, the race 1 winner in Super Gas for Riverside Transmissions on the left. And Mike Boehner, the Go Lithium Goodyear Reese Motorsports 1320 Marketing on the stop workshop machine. In the right, Brodex Bounty on the line. They're off and running on the green. And it's going to be Mike Boehner. Taking 8th out at the stripe, Mike Boehner claims the Brodex Bounty and will race for the Wally. Dead on 7, taking 8th out. Evan Kowalski slows to a 9.92, and he let Mike Boehner take the stripe even though he had a better reaction time. Mike Boehner has a free ride in the semifinals. He will race for a Wally against either Mike Wittleshauser or Bill Botello in Super Gas. And Bill Botello is just going to come up and take the tree. And here comes Top Dragster. We need stock eliminator to the lanes. Stock eliminator semi. Need you to the lanes, please. Stock semis to the lanes. Cody Weber and Chad Axford, Top Dragster. Quarterfinals. Chad Axford dialed 639 in the left. Get carbs. FTD Wheels. Dead On Racing Products. Cody Weber. The Sherway team in the right. Dialed 669. They're both green. They're both away on the green. They are both double O. The win light goes to Chad Axford. Dead zero to take two thou. Chad Axford is 009. Dead zero to take two thou. Cody Weber's 002. 9 thou above. Couldn't hang on. And Chad Axford sneaks on by 2 thou. He will race Mallory Reese. Mike McBrayer and Steve Kasner. Superman car dialed 636. The Kasman dialed 612. Mike McBrayer, I think, is having some issues down there. It appears he's got it rolling forward now. Both green. The reaction time advantage went to McBrayer, and so's the win light. Double breakout. Mike McBrayer's 3 thou under for the win with a 007 light. He took a train length, and they both broke out by 3 thou. Steve Kasner, all he had to do was dump him off, and he never lifted. He followed McBrayer through, and they're both 3 thou under. And on reaction time, Mike McBrayer will head to the final round. A reaction time win for McBrayer as they're both 3 thou under, breaking out. Mallory Reese takes the tree. She will come back and run Chad Axford. Comp Eliminator Final. Comp Eliminator Final. Need you guys here, please. Comp Eliminator Final, please. Be making your way this way. Kevin Omard and Todd Sims. Super Street Semifinals. Winner gets Mike Lowe. Kevin Omard is 2 thou red. Todd Sims is going to race for the Wally and Super Street. Kevin Homard, 2000s, red, 002. And Mike Lowe's just going to come up and take the tree. Huh. Well, Mike Lowe took the tree and decided he's going to roll down the middle of the track. I guess we're going to have a clinic with Mike Lowe on how you take the tree on a single. But that's okay. You see, the whole point of staging out of the groove is so that in case something happens to your car, you don't leave something on the racetrack in the groove on a run where you're not even trying to make a hit. There's a method to the madness, folks. I know it doesn't always seem that way, but there is. Mike Lowe, Todd Sims, that's going to be your Super Street final. Sportsman Motorcycle. This is a final round. Winner here holds the Wally. Tom Medlin left. Paul Silvis right. Tom Medlin was the runner-up in race number 1 when he missed the tree in the final. Paul Silvis right. Tom Medlin left. Red light. Paul Silvis is 44 red, and Tom Medlin wins it. 8:16.1. He's dead on 1. Tom Medlin actually let go too early, but by then Paul Silvis had already turned it red. And he's on the ride of shame down the right lane with his head bowed in frustration. Tom Medlin takes the Wally back to La Mirada, and he gets some revenge after losing in the final round in race number 1. Congratulations to Tom and Jessica and the entire team with the Medlins. Paul Silvis goes red. Tom Medlin, winner, Sportsman Motorcycle. And here comes Stock Eliminator. Semis. Here comes our top sportsman finalists. I see Scott McClay turning the corner as well. Stock Eliminator. Winner here races Ryan McClanahan for a Wally. McClanahan's going to come up and just take the tree. It's C.W. Hofer, and it's John Irving. G. Stalker left, the Firebird, C-Dub. D. Stalker right, the Demon, John. John dialed 1070, C-Dub dialed 1124, going to lead first. A flicker of the bulb, a stage, the RPMs come up, off 2 steps they go, and the race is on. Who's going to come back? Run for the Wally and Stock Eliminator. Ryan McClanahan watches closely. At the stripe, it's going to be C.W. Hofer, dead on 0 for the win. 11-24-0 on an 11-24. C.W. Hofer, Ryan McClanahan, must see TV in the Stock Eliminator final. John Irvin broke out getting there second. Wasn't a lot he could do about it. C-Dub was dead on. McClanahan takes the 3. C.W. Ryan McClanahan. If you like Stock Eliminator, it is appointment viewing in the final round. Final round. Top sportsman. Jeff Gillette and Mara Sylvia. Jeff Gillette, the three-time division champion, the Benicia native in the left lane, dialed 686. And Mara Sylvia, the folks at Applied Nitrous Technology, SoCal Nitrous and Race Fuels, Hoosier Tires, Sean O'Bannon Racing. The Upland native and realtor in the right lane. Mara dialed 694 is going to give up the handicap start. Here we go. Red light, Mara Sylvia. 0-12 too soon. Jeff Gillette is a winner here at the patch. 769 lifting, and Mara runs dead on 4 after going 12th thou red. 12 thousandths of a second. She got up for the final. Maybe a little too much. 12th thou red, dead on 4. When she sees the number, she's going to be crushed. And Jeff Gillette, congratulations to Jeff and Debbie, the entire team. Top sportsman winners here in race 2 of the double. I need my Super Gas, Super Stock, and Top Dragster semis back to the lanes, please. Super Gas, Super Stock, Top Dragster semifinals to the lanes. Scott McClay and Andy Mowick, and that must mean it's Cup Eliminator time. Turnip Green gets to the finish line first. You get to take home Wally. For Scott McClay, the C Econo Dragster, he's just trying to take one back up the road to Tehachapi. That's where he's from, the Dodge-powered Dragster. For Andy Mowick, the AA altered on methanol, that supercharged beast. Not only is he trying to take one back down to Long Beach, but he's trying to firmly plant himself in the national championship hunt and take claim to the division championship as well. BuyHerPlants.com, the Succulent Studios, folks. Andy Mowick right. Scott McClay will lead first. Andy will do the chasing. First to the finish, wins a Wally. both green. Reaction time advantage, Andy Mullick. Finish line advantage, Scott McClay, 725, 183. Scott McClay got there first by 0.08 of a second. Andy Mullick left on him, but Scott McClay goes 725, 183. That 100th Andy used up earlier wouldn't have mattered. 725, 183. Scott McClay goes almost a tenth under, but it wins in the race. And the Kern County native, the Tehachapi local, wins Comp Eliminator here at the Patch. We are missing a super gas car. Need him to the lanes. Bill Batillo, need you to the lanes, please. Yeah, we need all cars, all classes still in competition back here. Bill Batillo specifically in super gas. In top dragster, we need Chad Axford and Mike McBrayer. I see one half of our Super Comp finals. We need Nick Alejandre for the other half. And in Super Stock, I need Kyle Rizzoli. Mike McBrayer, Chad Axford, we need you in the lanes, please. Immediately. Sure sounds like Superstock to me. Oh, hey, look, Superstock. Semifinals. The final 3 cars in Superstock read like a who's who of the greatest in the stock and Superstock categories our sport's ever seen. I don't even think I'm being dramatic there. Brad Burton, Ryan McClanahan. They are both world champions. Brad driving the F-Automatic GT Firebird out of Washington. Dialed 935. Ryan, dialed 824. Driving the A-Mod Superstock Cobalt. Brad Burton will leave first. 1.11 seconds later, Ryan McClanahan's lights will also come down. Both green. Winner races Kyle Rizzoli for the Superstock crown here at the patch. Brad left, Ryan right, win light. Brad Burton by 6 thousandths of a second. 9:36.3. 13 thou over for Brad. It was 1 hun over for Ryan McClanahan, but Brad Burton had the starting line advantage by 9 thou, and he takes a 66 10,000 stripe to win it. Brad Burton off to the final. He will race Kyle Rizzoli.